Psycho, Agent!
What you doing? help? We gotta reboot the system first.
The door locks! Ellie, boot up the door locks!
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything. I gotta find the right file. Oh, this is it. This might be the right file.
Hey, Poggers, can I get a Twitch Prime?
Good.
Slam it.
There we go.
Smash it.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Mobile PC, I know. I mean, this part is good, but I want to delete this part. Move to your left.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
I was laying in my bed last night thinking about that, bro. Like, if I just, like, took a shovel and I just started to dig into my grass, I wonder when I'd hit the ocean, bro.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
How am I supposed to compete for content when he has a kid? All right, I put my cat on stream sometimes for content, and it gets me like a 2 minutes of why people happy before chat gets bored. If I had a kid,
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
uncle.
This isn't the right file. You got it! Yes!
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards,
Yes! This is it!
Some ate plants, some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have all of you here. Happy Tuesday to you. And I hope you're ready to learn a little bit about fossil science. I have had a busy day so far. I just got back from the museum a little while ago, scarfed down some lunch, got my office set up, and here we are. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare for today's stream, but we'll be doing some dinosaur deep dives, maybe some fossil news, and there is, luckily, a cool new video that I found on YouTube, a documentary, I think, chronicling the field season of one of Phil Curry's crews up in Canada, digging up some dinosaurs. So we'll take a look at that, and I think we'll kind of frame our stream around that today, but we'll see what other kinds of growths and tangents we develop on today's live broadcast. If any of you are here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you, and allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already, because you're very clever, that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Those of you who were here last summer remember our live streams from the wilds of Utah and in Wyoming. That was a ton of fun. Really looking forward to doing that again this year. We might even throw in some Idaho dinosaur digging as well. Know that it's not a joke. Not digging up potatoes in Idaho, digging up dinosaurs, if the weather permits. I'll let you know more about that when I hear more about it. Anyway, like I said, it's so good to have you all here. On this channel, if you're new or if you're old, we talk fossils. We talk fossil science. We talk about why fossil science is important. Paleontology gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. It broadens our view of the world, and it gives us a sense of what was here before us. Just understand the world around us. That's what this is all about. So if you've got questions about things like dinosaurs are my specialty, what I actually work on and publish on. If you've got questions about dinosaurs, let's have them. Or if you've got questions about the fossil record more broadly, about the history of life on Earth, about extinction and evolution and the origins of biodiversity, if you've got questions about how science works in general, please do not be shy with those questions. This is a live medium. You type questions into the chat. I do my best to read them out and answer them for you, and this is a give and take, you know? That's what makes Twitch such a wonderful place for science outreach, is we can have that kind of exchange live. So, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's see who's here in the chat and do some greetings. And then, well, hopefully some questions will bloom. And we can get into those. I've already lost the top of chat, but we've got, just rattling off some names here, Tommy Ploticus and Claire Burr, Dinosaur Dave and Matt M33, 70 stream streak. Holy cow, Matt M33, that's a lot of streams there. Have I even had that many streams since I joined Twitch? Presumably.
Fatality.
Kodali, holy moly. Using that thumb spike there. 24 months. Thank you, Kodali. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Kodali. Thank you for your ongoing support. Allowing me to do this for at least 70 streams. Appreciate you, Kodali. I really, really do. How are you doing, by the way? We've also got Niffler and Avalon Angels.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like,
And that's loud.
we now need to know how they lived.
Delta Rain,
Paleoscience Shake.
31 months there. Holy moly, Delta. That is extraordinary. And I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Delta, thank you for that. Here, I also realized I've got to... Let's do this. Get rid of those tabs. Start closed captions. Closed captions, are you working? Closed captions, can you read me? It seems the answer is yes. Good. Delta, thank you so much for the 31 months of support. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you as always, Delta. Let's see, we've got Tarquin. Howdy, Tarquin. And Dinosaur Dave says the extinct animal game is in a working fashion. Well. Maybe we'll take a look at that in a minute. Here's the link. Good stuff. Put a video up in the Google Games Google Drive. Okay. This might take some setting up, but you might try it. Totally Tubular Tima, how are you doing? Welcome. Micanthrope, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I like your username. Good stuff. Golganek. Have I greeted you yet, Golganek? Howdy. Hope you're having a good day, Golganek. We've also got Neilf. Howdy, Neilf. And Salamander, check your DMs. I sent you that paper. Hopefully not too late. It took me a while to get to it, but it's there. Sandwich Nom Nom, howdy. I hope you're doing well today. Relo Rolo, what's shakin'? Paleo Lord, hello to you. Grim Deviant, howdy. And I read that, Madam 33. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, Big Bird is indeed. If Big Bird is a bird, then by definition, Big Bird is a dinosaur. Yeah. Who else have we got? Delta Rain, thank you for the 500 bits earlier, by the way. I appreciate that very much. That's a lot of bits. That's more than 4 tens. Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits. That's also... It's almost 4 tens. Thank you, Golganek and Delta. I appreciate the bits. I really do. TMKDK says... I don't know what that is, TMK, but I'm glad you're here. Undisclosed Space Frog, welcome, welcome. Trait R, how are you doing? It's good to have you. The Dark Mock Rises, howdy, howdy. Axeman, what's shaken? Mary L63, how are you doing? Danish Viking, glad to have you here. Gene Wen and HD and HB. Cosmic Seekin and Looney Saurus. Jonjir Fantasy is back. How are you doing, Jonjir? It's been a while. Scrolling. N Bandit. Yeah, how do you work, Danny? Well, I hope, N Bandit. Welcome. Give the Nell. How you doing, Nell? And let's see. I was watching a show about the Jurassic Mile. What's that, HD and HB? I kept thinking, does Danny know that a person or that person or that? That's an interesting tidbit. Interesting, HD. Jurassic Mile. Is it sort of marketing term or something? I can't say I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Oh, and Dinosaur Dave, phone's down to 30% already? Shoot. Solar power isn't cutting it right now, is it? Rusty Guy. Cat 3-peat today? We'll see, Rusty Guy. There's 2 cats right here. Oh, bless you, Moon Pie. She's sneezing on my legs. Oh, sneezing, Moon Pie. We'll see if she will want to make an appearance. Hello, Moon Pie. You wanna come say hello? You wanna greet the chat? Ant Streams. Things are well. Thank you for your email, by the way. I've got to send you some papers also. Come on up, Moon Pie. Come on up. Hey. Come on up. Just pretend like I don't care, and we'll see if she jumps up. You know, it worked. Moon Pie, how are you doing? Here, I'm trying to get to my stream deck here. There we go. Moon Pie. Got some cat butt going on there. Hey, Moon Pie. Yeah. How are you doing? You love that sight cat, don't you? You love it. Good thing it's a plastic one. The real ones are toxic. You do not want to be chewing on that. I guarantee you. Yeah. It's World Polar Bear Day. Oh, cool, Neil. If I didn't know that. I don't think we have a good fossil record of polar bears, or else I'd be more inclined to talk about them, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, that's why we call her that, Scoldman. No, I'm kidding. That's not why we call her that. But yeah. Moon Pie, you love the plants. Yeah, Moon Pie has got a thing for plants. She likes to stick her face in them. Yeah. She used to have a garden that she would go into. It was enclosed, she couldn't get out of it. But a garden where she could go, you know, be in among the plants all the time. And now that she lives in a house, like me, she doesn't have that anymore. So these plastic plants provide a nice surrogate. Hey, Hugin, howdy, howdy. How's it going? And Rachel Darling Endeavors says, back when I was in school, I was super excited when my teacher rolled out the TV for Bill Nye. Now I'm far more excited for Paleontologizing stream every weekday. Rachel, that is very kind of you to say. And I really appreciate those kind words. Thank you, thank you. That's why I do this, you know? I want to try and provide quality, interactive science education for whoever wants to tune in. And yeah, it makes me happy to be able to do that. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, pie. And what's the equivalent of a green thumb, green whiskers, green tongue? I don't know, Nell. Yeah. She's more of a destructive influence upon plants, though. So she's more of I don't know. She really likes to mess them up. Huh, Moon Pie? Huh, hey, calm out, chill out. Sometimes she gets a little overwhelmed with human contact, though. Don't you?
Hey, can I just get a living dinosaur?
And who was that there? The real OG Tony. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Lordy says Mean Pie. Yeah, Moon Pie can be a little... Sometimes she's not the best with social graces, you know? Yeah. Cosmic Seekin says, were there ever any warm-blooded dinosaurs? Today, Cosmic Seekin, there are... How many warm-blooded dinosaur species?
Over 9,000!
Birds, of course, are warm-blooded. Warm-blooded, meaning endothermic, meaning they generate their own body heat. There's a general consensus that most, if not all, dinosaurs during the Mesozoic were also endothermic to a certain extent. They generated their own body heat. They were warm-blooded. In fact, it seems like if there were dinosaurs that were not warm-blooded, that was like a weird thing that they evolved. It seems like the ancestral dinosaurs they had elevated metabolic rates. They generated their own body heat. They were warm-blooded. Any dinosaurs that weren't warm-blooded was because they specially evolved away from that ancestral state. So yeah. Real OG Tony says, I'm very glad to be here. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy you're here too, Real OG Tony. Welcome. Yeah. Let me know if you've got any fossil science questions. Yeah. And Niffler says, to be fair to Moon Pie, I sometimes want to bite when I've been too social. Fair. Yeah. And Brennington say, dice, buenos tardes, Danny y chat. Y a ti también, Brennington. ¿Cómo están? Good stuff. Here, I'm gonna try and take a look at what Dinosaur Dave gave us here. Guessing game version 3. We've got HTML. Where do I copy and paste this into? Let's see. Oh, this is cool, Dinosaur Dave, but I thought these were going to be instructions. Let's see. Branching tree. This is neat. I just don't know how to run it. What do I, Save it to your desktop and open it. Oof. I trust you, Dinosaur Dave, but, I'm gonna have to try and figure this out later. I'm not gonna troubleshoot this live on stream. Maybe tomorrow we can go over it. But yeah. Anyway, I appreciate all your effort, Dinosaur Dave. We'll take a look at this later. Yeah. Best solution you had to get it to run safely? Nice, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. I'll see what I can do when I've got some time to unpack it and everything. But yeah. And Bandit says, I don't know nothing, and I mean nada about dinosaurs, but I like to be here, learning stuff. Well, you are 1,000% welcome here, and Bandit. I'm glad you're here. Let's learn about dinosaurs together, shall we? And learn about this incredible history of life on our amazing planet Earth. Yeah. Oh, and Sloppy Salamander, that's a good question. Difference between iguanodonts and hadrosaurs? Hadrosaurs are part of a larger group called Iguanodontia, so they are considered iguanodontians. There are some iguanodonts that probably didn't have a thumb spike, and there's some hadrosaurs that may have had a thumb spike, maybe. Then there are critters like Aranosaurus, which might be kind of somewhere in the middle. I think we don't really understand that transition all that well yet. Yeah. Not necessarily paraphyletic, but just the line between iguanodon-style iguanodontia and then hadrosaurs, ductile dinosaurs, that line's probably much more fuzzy than like, you know, popular dinosaur books might have you believe. But yeah. And Gojira, I'm glad you know what ontogeny means. We're all ignorant to some extent, you know? Yeah. Anywho, I figured let's go ahead and take a look at this right here. This is a documentary that just aired the other day. Well, aired. It just came up on the old YouTube the other day. I figured it'd be a nice thing to kind of frame our stream around for today. This is from a channel called Real Wild here on YouTube, and they do a bunch of different documentary stuff. This is, I think, maybe taken from Canadian broadcast television or something like that. But
Golganak gifted a tier 1 sub to Gojira 1000.
Thank you, Golganak, for that gift to Gojira.
406 gift subs in the channel.
Look, we are maybe a little bit behind schedule for our sub goal for the week, but you're helping with that, Golganak. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Let's take a look at this. Do we have any Canadians here in the chat here? Here, let's play Canadian anthem. Yes. Any Canadians here in the chat? But that might not be the right anthem. Anyway, it's an anthem. It'll work. Yeah, we've got some Canadians here. May or may not be aware, Canada is one of the world's greatest countries when it comes to dinosaur fossils. There have been more dinosaur fossils to come out of Canada than almost any other nation on Earth. So, oh, Canada indeed. Jurassic Mo. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get into it. I have never seen this before, but this, I guess a film crew is following around a crew of dinosaur digging paleontologists and volunteers. I think Phil Curry probably makes some appearances in this. I think this might be for the Phil Curry Museum. Phil Curry is one of the best known dinosaur paleontologists in the world. I've met him on a number of occasions. Really nice guy. Yeah. And he does good work. So let's take a look.
Season of the Dinosaur. The world's top paleontologists dig into Canada's prehistoric past to unearth a living world buried in time.
Was that Thomas Cullen there?
We got dinosaurs.
They'll battle heat and floods and the ticking clock as they track the footsteps of dinosaurs. And the most incredible creatures ever to walk the earth will live again.
And that could have been Dan Aykroyd. Yeah, he's very much interested in dinosaurs.
Two teams dig into Alberta, chasing two different horned dinosaurs. In a Grand Prairie riverbed, the Pachyrhino team tries to solve a 73
Hang on, is that the voice?
cold case.
Is that the voice of Dan Aykroyd here? I think it is. Huh. This is cool. I really like this in that there have been a couple times when television networks have tried to make almost like a reality television show out of a dinosaur dig, and this is one of those instances. So, yeah, I've never seen this before. This is going to be interesting stuff, and we're going to be pausing a lot, talking about what you see on screen, talking about the process of, you know, finding, mapping, excavating, and transporting dinosaurs. If you see anything you've got questions about, do not hesitate. This is going to move fast, so be quick on the keyboard. But yeah. Like that, Bredington. Are those the lyrics there? Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and look at the boss on this Pachyrhinosaurus. Holy moly. Pachyrhinosaurus, I think, might be one of the stars of this video here. Pachyrhinosaurus. Dinosaur related to Triceratops and other ceratopsian horned dinosaurs. So these guys have got this big, what we call a nasal boss on the head. Rather than having, like, great big horns right there, it was just this big scrungy, rungy boss of bone. This big, scrungy mass like that. Yeah.
The world's first armored tank, you might say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
And Janos Leguidos, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And Dinosaur Dave wants to know if that could have been an anchor for a rhino-style megahorn. It could have been. There have been some depictions of this animal showing that being basically a base for a big keratinous horn like we see on a rhino. So a rhinoceros, its horn is not made of bone, it's made of keratin. And so there's one from bone clones with no horn, because the horn is keratin, it's made of the same material as like your fingernails. And there it is with the horn right there. So there is a chance that see this kind of like scrungy texture right there? It's a very similar kind of texture to what we see on the nasal boss of Pachyrhinosaurus. So there is a chance that these animals did have just an enormous horn like this.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Sanaton_Seppa's search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Sanaton Seppa, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Thank you, Golganek, for gifting Dame Karen there. That's excellent.
Sub to Dame Karen. They have given 407.
Always got good aim, Golganek. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And, oh, look at those little guys. They're cute. Yeah.
Paleo Science.
The Rockophile, thank you for the 6 months of support. Appreciate that very much. How are you doing, Rockophile? Welcome back. There is a chance that Pachyrhinosaurus... This is a Mark Whitten illustration here? Something like that? The tail is obscured by, like, proto-feathers. Big, ridiculous horn. Like, yeah, that's a wild reconstruction. I don't think they looked like that. Love this one from Beasts of the Mesozoic. These Creative Beast Studios, they do excellent work. Pachyrhinosaurus keratin horn. There is a chance that maybe they had a big, ridiculous, goofy horn like this. That's somehow not a Greg Paul illustration. But this is somebody who's very much aping the style of paleo artist Greg Paul. But yeah, there is a chance that it supported a big horn like this. We don't really know. We don't know enough about these animals. We'll figure that out. Oh, and I guess Dino Riders had one with a giant horn like that? That's interesting. Huh. Anyway, and here's another one. Right there. So we don't really know what this animal would have looked like in life. And that's one of the things that's actually really exciting about these animals. You know? And what did I say about pausing? You know, we're 51 seconds in to the video. We're only 51 seconds in. We've already talked about this much.
Why did a whole bunch of the same species die all at once?
Oh, Scott Persons
get washed away.
It was the worst day of my life.
And in the Badlands, the Horned Dino team is searching for the skull bones of a brand new species.
We've got the frill. We need the
that's been dead
Dave Evans.
for 80 million years.
There's a bunch of people I know in this. Yeah.
Milk River, Alberta. This dry river valley in the Badlands is a hotspot for hunting dinosaurs.
This is like
And
prime.
for the next few weeks, it'll be home to the
And it is narrated by Dan Aykroyd. There you go.
next generation of
But this is very, very similar to the sort of terrain that I have dug in northern Montana. In fact, it's not like there's a hard difference between... It's not like if you weren't using a GPS, you could realize where Montana ends and where Canada begins. It's not like there's a stark difference in the biome or the terrain or anything like that. It's an arbitrary border there. In fact, I think it actually runs along a line of latitude. Yeah. One of the parallels there, I'm not sure which one. It might be the 45th parallel? I don't know. But, anyway, this is basically the same exact kind of country that you see in Montana. You know? And yeah, Nell says, do we know if pachyrhinosaurs were unable to kick with their back legs? Ceratopsians probably could kick with their back legs, I would imagine. Something funky about the rhino is that they're incapable of doing that because of the way their body is shaped with short legs. Yeah, pachyrhinosaurus and the other ceratopsians, they could almost certainly get their hind legs up off the ground. Even though their hind legs are bigger than their forelimbs, they would have been, in some ways, I think, more agile than something like a rhino, I would imagine. They definitely have longer legs. They're not quite as heavily built, despite being bigger and heavier. They're just not as stocky as a rhino. Which leads me to think that they might have been faster runners. But I'm not a biomechanicist, and, yeah. But yeah, good question there. Good question. Yeah. 49th parallel. Thank you, Murph. Excellent. Yeah. Didn't realize they're that much taller than a person. Yeah, these aren't even particularly big ceratopsians. Like, they're not the biggest. Yeah. Like, Triceratops could get significantly larger than Pachyrhinosaurus, if memory serves. Yeah. There's several species of Pachyrhinosaurus, too, but when we get up to, like, Triceratops, they get huge. Some of them had skulls close to 10 feet long. These were big animals. They were big animals. And what in the world is that? Ugh. AI is just making Google unusable. Look at that. Garbage. Absolute garbage. It's generative art. Ugh. Yuck. Yuck. It's in the second row of results when you search Triceratops size. That is shameful. That's bad. That's really bad. Anyway. Point is, Triceratops could get big. Man, if this sort of stuff is already right there, like... Google search is gonna, like, will literally become unusable for good information on things like dinosaurs or other animals. Yeah, he's very quickly trashifying the internet. Yeah, Gojira. Tell me about it. Yeah. Just... There's already so much misinformation online that's spread by nefarious actors that once you get AI just churning this stuff out automatically, like, the internet's just going to be absolutely flooded with this, you know? Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, let's get back to something that was actually produced by human beings. This lovely documentary here.
Milk River, Alberta. This dry river valley in the Badlands is a hotspot for hunting dinosaurs.
And the minus AI thing doesn't work in my experience,
Home to
Rockfile.
the next generation of paleontologists. They're hunting a mystery horned dinosaur.
Kelly Voicer,
The horned dino team is led by David Evans.
Yeah. So Dave Evans, my crew used to run into him all the time when I was working in northern Montana with Denver Fowler, in places like, you know, near like Malta, Montana, and Valley County and Hill County and areas like that in northern Montana, looking at late Cretaceous rocks. We would run into Dave Evans's crew from Canada all the time. They would come south into Montana during certain parts of the year, and Yeah, yeah. They dig on like private land. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, many meals shared with Dave Evans and his crew over the years. Good guy.
And
Yeah.
seeing these fossils on the ground, I feel like
Oh,
I'm
you're joking.
walking
Gotcha,
through
Rock. Hell yeah.
an ancient landscape.
One fossil find can drastically change the way that we view the evolutionary story.
At the age of 26, Evans was hired as head of paleontology by the Royal Ontario Museum, the youngest in the museum's 100-year history.
When I got the job here, it was like a
Well. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Yeah. Well, we've got 2 cats so far. Moon Pie and Sweetie Pie have both made appearances. Will we get Mini Pie as well? And we have a hat trick, or, if you will, a cat trick. Sweetie Pie's really loving on that plastic Psy-Cat there. Yeah. Is that good stuff, sweetie? Yeah. Come on, camera, focus. You can do it. You can do it, camera. All the cats are so dark colored that it just doesn't want to. That's better. That's better. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Here. Here you go. Yeah. What are you looking at over there? Oh, sweetie. What are you doing? Do you want a treat? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Okay, I think we can make that happen. Oh, you know that noise. Stuff. Girl, sweetie. Yeah. And now none of the cats seem to respond to a pss, 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 pss noise. They're not into it. They much prefer, you know, artificial plants or cat treats, or even just some good pets. Or some Russian. They're feeling up to it. Oh, how's that, sweetie? There you drink out of my water. There's ice in there. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Yeah. Now these cats aren't too much into catnip, Gojira. None of them 3. It's just they like it fine, but they don't go nuts over it like some cats do. What Sweetie Pie goes nuts over actually is like sisal twine. Yeah. But yeah. And that is funny, Brandington. That is strange. Yeah. New Albertosaurus news came out today. Is that right, Dr. Tara? Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this documentary right here with Dave Evans. I've never actually dug with Dave Evans before, but we were on different crews, but we would run into his crew all the time. And in Montana.
At the age of 26, Evans was hired as head of paleontology by the Royal Ontario Museum, the youngest
ROM
in the
in Toronto.
museum's 100-year history.
When I got the job here, it was like a dream come true. To say I was a kid in a candy store is an understatement.
I pinch myself. I mean, what were they thinking to hire a 26-year-old? And I'm so happy they made that decision.
Yeah.
The Royal Ontario Museum boasts
It was a good decision,
century of
too.
major discoveries, and some
of my friends and colleagues have since studied under Dave Evans and gotten their PhDs through that program at the ROM in Ontario.
Some of the biggest skeletons in the country.
Some real big names have come through here, and they're big shoes to fill.
And now Evans is about to step up and step into those shoes. He's already onto a discovery that could be a real game changer.
So what we have here are the bones of a brand new species of horned dinosaur. And this is what we were able to excavate in our first year. We realized we had a configuration of these hooks and horns coming off the neck shield that was completely unique. And so we really can't wait to get into the field.
Oh, cool,
and
Dr.
try to
Jared.
find more.
Nice. One in Houston's good.
It's what I love to do. I'm not thinking about a legacy or making my name. I'm just thinking about the dinosaurs.
There's no guarantee Evans will find the skull bones he's looking for embedded in the mudstone, but he's willing to gamble another season to find out.
What we're really hoping for here.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Loxin Omorpho Conglio Chiale, thank you for the Prime sub right there. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your support of fossil science here on Twitch. It means a lot, it really does. Thank you, Loxin. Wonderful. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Denistine asks a really good question here. You want to know? I read a post on Reddit that said paleontology is in its golden age right now because of advancements in technology. Is this true? Yes and no. Yes, paleontology is in its golden age right now, I would say. No, I wouldn't say it's because of technology. The reason why paleontology is in its golden age right now is because there are more people working in this field than have ever been working before. There are more paleontologists going out there and actively making discoveries, digging up fossils, studying them back in the laboratory, and transmitting this information to the public to inspire a future generation of paleontologists. We've got more people working in the field now than have ever been working before. Paleontology has never been at the cutting edge of technology. We can't afford cutting edge technology. Cutting edge technology is not created for us to use. We're easily like 40 years behind medical science usually when it comes to technological use cases and stuff like that. We are 1,000,000% in the golden age of dinosaur paleontology and paleontology in general, I would say, right now. But that's because of a surge of funding in the 1990s and early 2000s, which has since tapered off a little bit. We need to make sure that this continues to be a golden age and that we continue to get funding to go out and make discoveries like this. It's not technology driven. In fact, I think in some ways, advances in technology don't always help. We could talk about that another time, but yeah. And I think you'll see during this documentary, so much of our work, especially out in the field, out in the Badlands, digging up fossils in the first place, is very, very, very low tech. It's the same way that old Cope and Marsh were digging up fossils back in the, in the 1880s. Yeah. Stinky Winky wants to know, so can I get rich as a paleontologist? No. If you want to get rich, be a megachurch pastor or a politician or I don't know. Some sort of con man or something. I'm going to paleontology. Yeah. I'll just, here. Case in point, I, working right now, you know, streaming on Twitch 5 days a week, I don't make a tremendous amount of money, not even an impressive amount of money. I'm still making more money than I have ever made in my capacity as a paleontologist at any museum that I've ever worked for or any other institution. The most I have ever made as a paleontologist in my official capacity as a paleontologist was $10 an hour. I made more as a, you know, a delivery driver for an auto parts store. Yeah. I know professors who, you know, for example, I know of a professor in one of my old departments. You know, he would work like 50 hours a week as a professor, adjunct professor, and yeah, he made like $12,000 a year. I know a friend of mine worked as a professor, and she would make $900 a semester. $900 a semester to teach 2 classes. You don't go into paleontology to get rich. Hopefully she's making more nowadays. But holy cow, it's bad. It's really, really bad. In the university system, it's terrible. Yeah. Golgan, are we playing Thesaurus? Yeah, there you go. Anyway. Dave Evans, I don't know how much he makes, but it's probably on par with like what maybe like a dental hygienist would make or something like that. Maybe. Or maybe like a bus driver or something. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And the lack of minimum wages... No, that's higher than the minimum wage, Dave Karen. The minimum wage in the United States is... The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Yeah. And there you go, Tommy Plata goes, I know, right? Moosey Fate says both jobs involve cleaning teeth. True. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Displacer says my physics professor made around $95,000 a year, which is really good.
The skies, the land, and the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Or Dark Tarkanis. Thank you for the 36 months of support. I really appreciate that, Dark Tarkanis. Thank you for your ongoing support. Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Dark Tarkanis, thank you for keeping me here on the air and helping me stay above the poverty line, at least nominally. Thank you for helping keep me off the streets. Thank you for supporting this starving scientist. I appreciate you. Yeah. And
ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Nothing about.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
Wow.
Giant meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
5 months.
Paleo 1 Paleostigo 1 Paleo 3 Paleo Hydropara. My favorite place to learn how dinosaurs are put together.
We might need to work on that a little bit more. Nothing about. Thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. And Bandit says, I'm never going to complain about my pay again. No, don't take that away. Talk to your coworkers about your pay. Organize. Get what you're worth. Just because paleontologists are paid less than you are, doesn't mean that you don't deserve more, because you do. You deserve what you put in. You deserve to get out what you put in. You know? Yeah. It is not illegal to talk about pay. It will get you fired in some places, but yeah, Moonrise Rabbit. Your boss might sometimes want you to think that it is illegal to talk about your pay, but yeah. Fight for yourself, fight for everyone. There you go, Dame Karen. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Lenina says, I feel like I'm one of the few people who's completely satisfied with my job. And that's a good thing, Lenina. I mean, like, I'm actually really happy for you. That's awesome. That's very rare. Yeah. In so many places, it's like, you know, boss makes $1, I make a dime. Or maybe a penny. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's get back to fossil science. Of the people that you see right here on screen, it might be only 1 or 2 of them are actually getting paid to be out here, by the way. On most paleontological field crews, usually the only people who are being paid are people who are on the museum payroll, and either they are like a curator or like a lab manager or somebody like that. Almost everybody else is volunteers, because museums just usually don't have the budget to be able to pay their field crews, you know? But yeah. And, oh boy, Hugin, that sounds rough. We'll maybe take a look at that later if we need a break from this, but yeah. Yeah. And then they moved to Florida. Oh, I'm sorry, HD. Well, you know, sometimes they'll move jobs overseas to, you know, foreign lands like Florida. Yeah. They're paying an alligator, you know, a half a chicken wing per day to do the job he used to do. Bojangle Jenkins says, I would like to volunteer. How do I go about that? Ooh, that's an excellent question, Bojangle. Paleontological crews out in the field almost always need volunteers. And the way that you become a volunteer on a dig crew like that is they don't normally advertise these things online, because oftentimes they don't want total randos signing up. So it's often a like who you know kind of thing, but for an enterprising person, perhaps an enterprising viewer of the Paleontologizing broadcast, between you and me, you should find a museum that you know does fieldwork, sort of fieldwork that sounds interesting to you, and see if you can find the email address of, say, a lab manager in the fossil prep lab, or the museum fossil curator, or somebody like that. Send them an email and say, hey, this is who I am. Here's a picture of me, maybe a brief resume or something, and be like, here's how I think I could help out with a dig. Could I be of service to your field program? And I hope that you get a response. Send those out to maybe a few different museums. If you live near, I don't know, South Dakota, and you would like to be able to do fieldwork in South Dakota, you know, write to some programs that you know do fieldwork in South Dakota. It kind of requires some legwork. It's much, much easier if you're already volunteering in a museum or have a relationship with people there, but it really comes down to who you know. There are some different institutions that do put out a call for volunteers online. They just cast a wide net and they say, hey, send your applications in. They give you, you know, they tell you how to create an application first of all and all that stuff. For instance, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum I used to work with in North Dakota. Let's see. Volunteer application form. There you go. This goes to my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. And he's building this. Him and Liz, as like a paleo power couple, they're building this. It's like incubator for young scientists. It's really, really cool. Where they're building a field program where they'll take volunteers from around the country and around the world and give them field experience, teach them how to dig dinosaurs. And there's probably about a dozen programs like this in the whole world, where they'll kind of take anybody and they'll mold them into a field paleontologist. Or they'll at least put you on the right track, you know? So check that out. Check that out right there. Yeah. Like the Field Museum. I don't know if the Field Museum does too much field work anymore. Yeah. But yeah, here is the field report from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Denver Fowler, when he got his job here, and I, not to toot my own horn too much here, but Denver was kind of my mentor when I was in Montana, and we were at Montana State University. He was getting his PhD, and I was doing field work and stuff under him, doing research, all that stuff. The Spinosaur project kind of started under Denver. Denver had an idea for this, and I ran with it. I'm still running with it. Anyway, when Denver was about to graduate, he was looking for jobs, and he heard about this job that was opening up in North Dakota at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, which had been defunct for like a decade or two before then. And he's like, I need to get out there to, you know, to interview for this position. And I agreed to drive him out there because I had a car at the time and he didn't. So I drove him from western Montana all the way to western North Dakota. And we did that twice, actually. And he ended up acing the interview. He got the job. They were very, very wise to hire him. And now he's turning this place into a paleontological powerhouse. This is going to become one of the world's great dinosaur museums. He's working on it. They've got a really robust field program. And every year they do this annual field report like this. This is the link that I provided in the chat there. That link right there. Yeah, he does like a report every year about what they did in the field.
The 7th annual field report. 7 of these already. It's quite amazing. And let's get stuck into hearing a little bit about what's been going on in Badlands Dinosaur Museum here in Dickinson, North Dakota in the last year. And then also, of course, lots of information from our field work. In fact, so much I've barely managed to cram, I don't know, 2/3 of what we've done in here this year. So before I start, please consider donating at Dickinson
I took this picture, I think.
We've actually changed our website recently, but that will...
This is in an old Museum of the Rockies truck. This is in Big Blue. It's a Dodge Ram 3500. That's Jack Wilson's Surf John's surf shop straw hat, and then there's Denver's hat. I'm pretty sure I took this picture. But yeah, this is like 2015. Maybe 2014. Yeah, Ron John. Thank you, Adenosine. Yeah.
Who we very much appreciate. So a little outline of what I'm going to be talking about. I'll introduce a few of the people here, talk about some of the museum news, and then talk about discoveries from fieldwork. That'll probably take about 45 minutes.
There you go, Tommy Platicus.
We'll switch over to a live section, so I'll put you on a camera, and we'll be showing you stuff that's in collections, answering questions, all that kind of thing.
Yeah, he really ought to move this to Twitch.
So this slide's got a bit bigger this year. This is our various paleo staff, contractors and interns here at the museum. And some of us are here today.
I think I took that photo too.
Yeah,
so, Denver's old field
left, and then top right, my wife, Dr. Liz Friedman Fowler. She's at Dickinson State University. She's a professor there. Amanda's our preparator in the bottom left. And then Kelsey, she was our intern this summer. So she did a great job working with visitors to the museum and doing all sorts of activities for families, that kind of thing. Steve is our preparator in the lab. He runs the lab and all the volunteers that go there.
Anyway, back to getting to field
One
work.
of the shovels, and sat underneath was this little rattlesnake. So we, it was very fortunate it was already on the end of the shovel, so we very gently picked up the shovel and walked up down the coulee with it, and it eventually slithered off, and we chased it away and stamped our feet a lot to make it go even further. But something you always got to look out for at these sites is rattlesnakes, because we had mice at this site too, and the rattlesnakes love the mice. So every time you lift a tarp off the site in the morning, you have to check for snakes and mice.
Yep.
So this year, I have a few photographs of bones in the ground.
Anyway, oh, you'll like this, chat.
I tried sauropods. I'm showing what we've collected so far. Doesn't look like we've got all that much.
Troodonted.
We haven't, but they're very rare, these raptors. You don't get very many associated skeletons. And what's quite exciting about this one is that we've actually got parts of the whole body. We've got
there you go, Merv.
We've got one bone, maybe two bones from the skull. We've got 3 vertebrae from the neck. We've got the shoulder, parts of the arm, and one of the finger bones. We've got a bone from the middle of the back and a big rib. We've got parts of the feet, and we've got even a vertebra from the tail.
Anyway, lots of cool stuff that
And then it goes all.
that they found that summer, this past summer.
Access to a complete foot. So he purchased what he could, and so this one is a little bit small for what the leg should look like. Furthermore, the femur, as reconstructed, is too short.
Anyway, let's get to this part here. Man, he grew his hair out. Yeah.
And then we'll work our way into collections and see stuff that's been prepared this summer and in the spring. Oh, you're right.
Oh, do you want to start pointing things out? I can aim the camera.
Absolutely. Let's.
They should have live streamed this to Twitch as well.
In the presentation.
But yeah.
Post-crania. They are.
Traduced. There you go, David Carnia.
This block has 2 of Sisyphus's cervical vertebrae.
Anyway, good stuff.
The 3D.
I don't think I actually watched this one yet.
So here's that piece of Holger maxilla that we were looking at before. This is the.
Anyway, if this sort of thing seems exciting to you, you should really consider
So we probably got
contacting some museums about this. You know.
Ribcage, scapula, hip, leg.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, and the left-hand side is disarticulated. The tail is completely disarticulated and scattered all over the place, so there's tail vertebrae all over the place.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this right here, and let me give it a thumbs up. Also, yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, did class just? Oh yeah, Salamander. Wait, Salamander, are you taking those classes? Are you signed up for Denver and Liz's class? Liz and Denver's class, I should say. Yeah. Oh, and also, Salamander, I sent you that paper, too, in the DMs, if you didn't catch that yet. I am, that's what my midterm is for. Oh, shoot, was I too late in getting you that paper? I hope not. Sorry, I've been very busy. But yeah. Was I too late with that? I hope I wasn't too late. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. That is becoming a real... The Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. They're going to be a real mover and shaker in the world of dinosaur paleontology. Here, let's take a look at this.
Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota.
This is just like some tourists put this together? Cool. Let's take a look.
With Mark and Sonoko.
Ah. Yeah. So some of these displays are pretty old. They haven't gotten rid of this yet? Oh boy. Ugh. Yeah, bison skeleton. Lovely rhino right there. Let's get to the, oh, Champsosaurus. Very nice. It's not a dinosaur, but a weird crocodile-like lizardy kind of critter. Those are dinosaur bones. This is like Tyrannosaur tail. Yeah. There's Triararchunkus right there, my beloved. This is, it's the first dinosaur to ever... Well, it sounds weird to put it this way, but I'm an author on this paper. As is Denver lead author, Jack Wilson, Jack Horner, Chris Noto, Liz Friedman Fowler. This is the first dinosaur to ever have my name as one of the authors on the paper. Yeah, Triararchunkus. This is the only sculpt of this animal that you can see anywhere in the world, as far as I know, except for, of course, right here. I did my own interpretation of this animal, sculpted it digitally, and then 3D printed it. Triararchunkus prairiensis. Yeah. Cool critter. Very cool critter. Oh boy, they haven't gotten rid of this yet? Really old-fashioned Deinonychus mount there. Yeah, this exhibit investigates how new research has changed the way we think about these terrible claws.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a very good dream, Optic Nerve. Thank you for the 30 months of support. I appreciate that. And yes, this is based on Bob Bakker's Deinonychus there. It most certainly is, Claire Burr, based on this classic illustration. This got copied left and right, you know, so many times in the history of dinosaur paleontology, ever since it was published in 1969. Like, this is a direct copy of this. Right down to which leg is raised and everything, you know? See the resemblance? Yeah. And I've not shared the 3D model anywhere. I'd like to, Ash Rubber. I'm gonna look into building a website sometime soon. Hopefully before I leave for the field this summer. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Mikey Likes. Yeah. Deinonychus. Yeah. Yep. I'm glad that this is outside of the lab now. That's really cool that they've got that out on display. This wasn't out on display when I was working there. They've moved some things around. And look at this beautiful Acaroraptor model. Oh, and this was one of my tasks when I was there at the museum before we were waiting for our permits and everything back in 2017. And during that time there, I was trying to figure out, like, how can I contribute to this museum in a way that will last and be, will continue after I've, moved on. And so I said, what I want to do is create a Photoshop template for informational placards. So, like, just have everything right there that you can, is kind of plug and play, So, like, you could put all of the information into it right there, and everything will be formatted correctly. So you've got the genus and species name that are italicized and at their proper size. You've got the right font and everything else. I looked at literally hundreds of fonts to be able to find what would look best. I figured out the color scheme and everything, and then I created this timescale that Denver and Liz could use, where they could just, like, drop in a little marker right there. And I think I even had the marker in the file. You just move it around to where you want it. And so I wanted to make it as simple as possible, so that they could have consistent signage, because one of the weird things about that museum is they had really inconsistent signage. All of their different informational placards, a lot of them looked different from one another. They didn't have consistent fonts. It just felt ad hoc, slapped together. It didn't feel professional in that way. And that was something that I could do for them fairly quickly that would make a big impact. you know, it was like kind of low effort, high yield, and that's what I did, and it's really, really nice to see that they've been using those since I left, which is really cool. Yeah. Look at that Tyrannosaur maxilla, holy cow. It's cool to see how much this has changed. This video is from like 5 months ago, according to YouTube. It's nice to see what's going on since then. It'd be lovely if they could mount this. It's Triceratops skeleton. They've got an Albertosaurus right there, and an Allosaurus just past it. I thought they were gonna pan to the Allosaurus, but they're not. Yeah. And Mikey likes is that lack of staff discipline gendered by inconsistent signage, probably a lot to do with the museum being defunct. I mean, there were a lot of different people. Museums are always a labor of love, and they're always a product of many people working together in order to create something larger than any one person. But sometimes, you know, if you don't have proper direction from above, you can end up with like really inconsistent signage and stuff like that. It's okay to have signage that's inconsistent if it's done in an intentional way. If you have different halls or different subject matters that have got different fonts or different layouts and that kind of thing. But when two different signs in the same exhibit have got totally different fonts, it can look really disjointed, and it ends up not looking eclectic. It just looks unprofessional and slapdash. And it's something to be avoided, if at all possible. Yeah. And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Wait, what paper is that? Paper tomorrow will be submitted. Is Denver working on a new paper? Denver or Liz? Yeah. And there you go, Mikey likes, yeah. 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 Cool stuff. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that video there. That's the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. If you're ever traveling through North Dakota on Highway, is it 191? Dickinson, Highway 94. If you're ever traveling coast to coast in the U.S., you go through Highway 94. Same highway that brings you through Bismarck and Fargo. If you're ever in Dickinson, make sure you visit that museum. It is well worth your time. Yeah, they've got some things cooking. Yes, indeed, Sloppy Salamander. Yeah. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, alright. Alright, good stuff. I hope it's published soon, too. Exciting. So, Dyson Dinosaur, I used to work with Denver Fowler. He was my mentor back in Montana for a number of years. He was my crew chief. And, I drove him to both of his job interviews at Dickinson. And, I kept telling him, Denver, you're going to get this job. They would be foolish not to hire you for this position. If they don't hire you, you don't want to work there. That means that they don't know what they're doing. You know? You can't lose. And sure enough, now he's doing some awesome things there. So yeah. Oh, and very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. Denver and I go way back. Good guy. That's super cool, Dyson Dinosaur. That's super cool. Driver and Hype Man. He was really nervous. He needed that, David Karen. It's tough. It's tough out there. Especially in the U.S. As a dinosaur paleontologist, there are not many jobs for anything. It's tough. Anyway, let's get back to this video right here. Yeah. Have you seen this, Dyson Dinosaur? I've not seen this before. But this is Dave Evans and his crew digging up some ceratopsians up in Alberta.
Is that we find the rest of the skull, in particular the horns over the eyes and the horn over the nose, because it's the shape of those bones that will allow us to more precisely place this new species in the family tree of horned dinosaurs.
Yeah.
There's a reason they call it the Badlands.
Yeah, it's to keep other people out, because these are actually the best lands, you know? It's deceptive like that. It's like calling Iceland, Iceland! You know, even though it's, you know, it's a paradise. You know? And yeah, Gooberfish, I'd love to go up to Alberta sometime. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
The quarry can become a fiery pit when temperatures climb over 40 degrees centigrade.
Yep.
The Horned Dino team, mostly grad students, will be working in a harsh terrain under a blistering sun.
When you're actually down the quarry, you know, you really bake, you really feel it.
They'll each
Yeah, I don't know. I work in Utah during the summers now. What was the highest temperature we had this summer in the field? It was like 115, 120, something like that. I don't remember. But, yeah. Up north, it doesn't get quite as hot. Dyson Dinosaur says, "Oh, Dave's such a great paleontologist." Yeah. Spent almost a decade trying to get into his lab. It's my dream position, but as a European, it's very difficult to get in Canada. Yeah. A few of my friends were able to do their PhDs under Dave Evans, and that set them up for really, really well. So my friends and colleagues were from Museum of the Rockies, and he had a good relationship with Museum of the Rockies, and that, yeah, Carrie Woodruff and Jade Simon. Yes, indeed, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. We're going to have both of them on, hopefully, as interviewees on this channel sometime soon. But yeah, I used to work with Carrie up near Rudyard, Montana, in the Judith River Formation, digging up hadrosaurs with Liz Friedman, and now Liz Friedman Fowler, and I used to work with Jade in Ekalaka, Montana, getting ready for the Dino Shindig back when that was brand new, and a bunch of stuff like that. Jade and Carrie, good people, yeah. Avoid November to March in Alberta. Yeah, Gojira. Oh, I know. I used to live in Montana, you know? Shoot. You don't have to tell me. Spent much time discussing pathologies and sauropods. That's super cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, Carrie's a good guy. We talk about his work all the time here on stream. Everybody, if you're wondering what we're talking about, you know, this figure comes up a lot. Yeah. When we're talking about pneumaticity in Saurischia dinosaurs, especially sauropods, like this wonderful sauropod here. Everything that you see in blue is air, basically. Either pneumaticity or air sacs or hollows in the vertebrae, or air sacs here in the torso, or the lungs there in dark blue. Yeah. Have you seen this, Dyson Dinosaur? The, let's see. There we go. The New York Post, of all venues, actually had a wonderful video interview with Carrie Woodruff. There we go.
So Dolly was a kind of long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So something like Brontosaurus, you know, like the Dino from the Flintstones, or, you know, the logo for Sinclair Oil, that's also a sauropod. And we estimate that Dolly would have been about a subadult animal.
There's Carrie Woodruff right there, who did his PhD under Dave Evans. I promise this is all related, chat.
60 feet, so, you know, just about 18 meters in total body length. they represent the first evidence that we have of an avian-style respiratory infection. And when we looked at Dolly, we saw that in these pluricells, which are normally very, very smooth bone, we saw that in Dolly, the edges of these pluricells were really rough and irregular, and coming out of them, basically imagine something that kind of looked like fossilized broccoli. It was this really irregular, gnarly, lumpy looking bone, something that we hadn't seen at all.
Yeah, right there. Interesting
Just
stuff.
with associated osteomyelitis. So that's just the fancy way of saying that Dolly had a respiratory infection with a secondary bone infection.
I was really impressed by this because the New York Post is not necessarily well known for like in-depth, good like boots on the ground journalism. But here they're interviewing a paleontologist about his work and showing him speak in his own words about his findings. And this is better journalism than like a lot of other news venues will do. So I don't know. The New York Post must have had somebody who was really interested in science, who wanted to get the science straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. Straight from the scientist who actually published on this, you know? It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Here's a link if you want to see the rest of this. But yeah. And yeah, it was kind of funny seeing him ending up with Pachycephalosaurus, Dyson dinosaur. Yeah, although he's back to sauropods now. Sauropods have always been his true love. He just had a brief fling with Pachycephalosaurus for his PhD, because that's what they had to study there at up at the Royal Ontario Museum. And who can blame him, really? I know, right, Salamander? Yeah. So yeah, Pachycephalosaurs are very cool, and Carrie has got some really neat stuff that went into his doctoral dissertation. I was able to tune into his doctoral thesis defense a couple Novembers ago, and that was really, really cool. Pachycephalosaurs, these wonderful dinosaurs here, for those of you who are uninitiated. Yeah, Pachycephalosaurs, like this guy right here. Really cool animals. There's still so much we don't know about them. They only show up in, like, the latter half of the Cretaceous period. They're still very mysterious. I've got a Pachycephalosaur skull right here. I was going to put this in our background today, but I didn't quite have it finished yet. I've still got some painting to do. There should be some paint arriving in the mail today that I can use to really finish this out. But that is a Pachycephalosaur skull. Pachycephalosaurus, in fact. The largest and last of the Pachycephalosaurs. So, anyway, Carrie was working on these guys, trying to figure them out, and, yeah. But Carrie is, and I think will always be, a sauropod guy. So, yeah. Anyway. And Oops Kaput says something about the air. Those air sacs, how does the air get in there? Surely not during embryonic development? No, it's attached to the lungs. Yeah. So everything that you see that's in any shade of blue here, whether it's this sky blue, powder blue, baby blue, whether it's this nice, vibrant electric blue, or this dark blue, the dark blue is the lungs in there. These are air sacs that go into the lungs. And then the air also goes from the lungs through the air sacs and then into all of these spaces in the neck. So basically that's all hooked up to the animal's lungs. Yeah. And I've not airbrushed these yet, Dame Karen. These have just been spray paint, but I do want to get my airbrush up and running again soon. Yeah. Anyway. So the air sacs are bigger than the actual lungs? Yeah, it's the same in birds. Micanthrope, yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people are not necessarily familiar with the avian respiratory system, so we can watch a video on that real quick. And Dyson Dinosaur says, for my master's thesis, I studied the histology of pneumatized vertebrae and sauropods' connection to air sacs. Such an interesting... That is a very interesting topic. Holy cow. You clearly know so much more about this than I do, Dyson Dinosaur. It's really neat. Yeah. And how fast could they move? Probably faster than you would imagine. Too much brain work. Yeah. An animal like this, I would guess, would probably walk faster than an elephant of equivalent size. Just because while they're bigger, they're also not as dense. There's actually a really lovely part of the novel Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton about how quickly the dinosaurs move and how that just, it doesn't compute for people watching. They're not used to seeing animals that big move that fast. And it's like frightening to people. And I've always really loved that passage. Because I think it probably reflects reality. These animals, one of the reasons they were able to get so very, very large is because of this wonderful pneumaticity. It's because they're all full of air like this. You know? And very funny, Charlie's Dragon. I know elephants are smart, but they are also very, there's a lot of mass per volume for elephants. I would have thought they moved pretty slow. These animals weren't running like cheetahs, but they would probably move faster than you would imagine for an animal this size. You know? Yeah. Faster than is comfortable to think about getting too close to. Yes, Ambervix. And that... Here, a Dyson Dinosaur will probably have some input about this as well. But, yeah, here.
As birds.
Merp. Nope, stop it. Come on.
As birds.
Yeah. Go back to... Here. It's either SciShow or PBS Eons, right? All the time. But here's a little primer on bird respiration. How do birds breathe? Reptiles' breathing hack helped birds dominate the air. Take a look at this. Yeah. Oh, and
All
cool,
right,
Dyson Dinosaur. Here,
breathe
give me a
in.
second.
Now, let it
Nope.
out. Wow. That was inefficient. We mammals empty our lungs
I'll
when
take a
we
look in a
breathe
little
out,
bit.
and that's kind of a
Yeah.
waste. During that time, the body doesn't have fresh air to pull oxygen from. Dinosaurs breathed very differently. We're pretty sure they had unidirectional airflow, so T-Rex and its dinosaur buddies probably had cooler lungs than you, and their feathered
Yep.
cousins alive today still breathe this way, an adaptation which helps them dominate the skies. Unidirectional airflow works
And
adaptation.
look at that. It's just, like, just do not want to mess with an animal like this, you know? Look at that. Defiant. Dominant. All conquering. Oh, birds are so cool. You gotta love them. It's not even Thursday Birds Day, but...
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Doja, thank you for those 16 months there at tier 3. That is exquisite, Doja. Thank you for your continued support of this channel. That means a tremendous amount to me. Thank you for that. Yeah. Gojira says, I am only 4 inches tall, but I will cut you. Oh yeah. You've seen Hitchcock's The Birds, right? Yeah, Angry Bird indeed, Cass, yeah.
Which helps them dominate the skies. Unidirectional
Bojangles,
airflow
yeah.
works a little something like this. When
Yeah.
a bird breathes
Oh,
in,
this is
it
so
doesn't
cool.
fill up its lungs. It fills up air sacs around.
Yeah, so those air sacs fill up first, like we see with our sauropods. So first, you take a breath in, the air sacs inflate right here. That's kind of step 1.
around its lungs instead. This air then moves into its lungs when it breathes out, so all the old air is replaced by this fresh external stash. That means the lungs are never waiting for the next breath of oxygen-rich air. If we could get our lungs to breathe like this, we would probably upgrade our athletic performance considerably. After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like
Yeah, and Claire versus any band kids in here. Remember your music teacher touting the marvelousness of circular breathing? It's like what Bojangle was saying about playing the didgeridoo. Yeah. It's something that's very difficult for us just based on how our lungs work. But for a dinosaur, including modern birds, it would be significantly easier. Yeah. It's really cool to think about. And it's neat to think about how this is like it's like a physical limitation on what our athletic performance can be, on how we're able to fire our muscles and everything else, because in order to be able to do that, you have to be able to get oxygen to your cells. So you do that by breathing in and then having your lungs pull that oxygen out of the air and then distribute it throughout your body. But with us, we breathe in, and then we breathe out. And while that can be very relaxing, if you've ever done yoga or anything, it's a big thing in yoga, isn't it? It's all about breathing. It's a very inefficient way of breathing. Like, just that system, because your cells are not getting oxygen while you're exhaling. You know? But if you can have it be unidirectional like this, where you breathe in, and then while that air is still in you, then you breathe in again, and then you breathe in again by the time that first bit of air is exhaled, it's just a much more efficient way of operating, you know?
air sacs around its lungs instead. This air then moves into its lungs when it breathes out, so all the old air is replaced by this fresh external stash. That means the lungs are never waiting for the next breath of oxygen-rich air. If we could get our lungs to breathe like this, we would probably upgrade our athletic performance considerably. After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why biologists thought birds evolved this neat trick.
Blood doping, like, does anybody remember those really fashionable rubber bracelets? Yeah, you remember these? Speaking of blood doping. Anybody remember these? Yeah. Good stuff. This is from The Onion, but you could buy them, and I would love to have one of these. If anybody wants to send one to the P.O. Box, that's like a guaranteed VIP for you there. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. About the Rusty, everybody did, right? Yeah. Anyway. Blood doping.
Step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why biologists thought birds evolved this neat trick, because the constant supply of oxygen gave.
And was Livestrong? Well, so Lance Armstrong was blood doping. He cheated to win, and it came out later. He was taking injections of oxygenated blood into his system before races and stuff like that in order to cheat. Oh, and Mikey Like says he wasn't just blood doping, he was also using steroids. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. And there you go, Beards. Yeah. Yeah, he founded Lives. Exactly, Salamander. Yes. Yes, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. No worries. No worries. You got it. Yeah. Yeah.
A wing up for flight. But there's a problem with this idea. Alligators, also crocodiles and certain iguanas, and monitor lizards. Turns out lots of animals breathe unidirectionally, and many of them do not fly. As biologists have figured out these species breathe this way, they've grown less confident about why it evolved in the first place, or even when. Since it's found in birds, crocodilians, and some lizards, it's possible that unidirectional flow evolved over 310 million years ago in the common ancestor of all those groups, maybe as a way of helping this early reptilian clear out its lungs. When we breathe, some old air tends to be left behind, and when we sit still or aren't breathing deeply, even more air tends to linger, which isn't awesome because it can take up valuable space, leading to less oxygen per breath. If early reptiles were pretty sedentary, like many are today, this lingering air issue could have been a problem for them, maybe even enough of one that they evolved a way to shove it all out. But unidirectional breathing has only been found in a couple of lizards, so it's possible lizards evolved it independently of birds and crocs,
Weird.
an example of convergent evolution.
And I do wonder, this video came out how many years ago? 3 years ago. I wonder if there's been further research done on this topic since then. I'm not privy to this kind of thing. This is not my specialty.
That could bump the origin of unidirectional breathing to when just those groups last shared an ancestor
I'm not
about
sure, Salamander. I don't know.
250 million
Maybe.
years ago. And that's right around the Permian extinction, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history.
And I saw a really cool talk today about the Permian extinction, all kinds of stats and graphs and stuff, many of which sailed directly over my head because I don't have a background in stats or anything. But it was interesting hearing discussion of the Permian extinction and like the disaster faunas and like critters that took over afterward and all that. And yeah, interesting stuff. That's what I was doing today. That's why I was almost late today. Yeah.
It was bad enough that scientists often...
The meteor one is asteroid one. If we're gonna be very nitpicky about that, Red Bulwark, it's the KPG extinction. That's the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction, the one that wiped out the dinosaurs, except for birds. Yeah. The Permian extinction is before. Here, shoot, let me find that for you. 5 mass extinctions. There we go. Yeah. And Ordovician, and Permian, and Triassic, and Cretaceous. And late Devonian too. Wait. This is like we were talking about yesterday with like mass extinctions and how they're not very well defined. And some paleontologists even object to the term mass extinction at all because it's not particularly well defined. This is what we're talking about. Yeah. There we go. That's a lovely one there. Oh, beautiful. This should now be KPG. It's since been updated. We don't say tertiary, we say Paleogene nowadays. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, and Ordovician, and Devonian, and Permian, and Triassic, and Cretaceous Paleogene extinction. This was the one that was caused by an asteroid strike, as near as we can tell. There's still some people who are holdouts for the, like, volcanism hypothesis, but I'm not one of those. Yeah. That reminds me. Yeah, where was that? Let's see. No closed captions. Shoot. It might be difficult to find sequence here without swear words. Yeah. Meteor. Yeah. I only have that on my brain because I turned that into an alert recently. But yeah. If you didn't support the KPG extinction, I mean, I don't support it. It's the reason why I'm here. It's the reason why all of us are here. But I know what you mean there, Beards. Yeah. Yeah. And oatmeal banana bread says so, but how amazing is it that people can assess stuff like the death rates of natural disasters so many hundreds of millions of years ago? Isn't that incredible? Yeah, 66 million years ago, we're able to figure out what happened, at least to a certain extent, and that's pretty extraordinary. Anyway, oh, wrong button. There we go. Yeah.
Often just call it the Great Dying. And it just so happens that at this time, the amount of oxygen in the air dropped dramatically.
Theory,
so
your
some
decorator.
experts think unidirectional breathing helped keep this lineage of reptiles from suffocating, which could either explain how they made it through or why the trait evolved. Whether it was 250 or 310 million years ago, though, it's pretty clear that one-way breathing appeared long before birds took to the skies.
Yeah.
Still, it helps them dominate the air now. Sure, there are flying mammals, namely bats, but on the whole, they can't fly as high or as far as birds.
It's true, as cool as bats are, they are not as good in the air as birds are. Birds can't fly nearly as far, or as high, or for as long. I don't know of any bats that do, like, transcontinental migrations every year or anything like that. Bats, you know, it's cool that there are mammals that are doing their thing in the air, but they're at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to birds with their dinosaurian ancestry. Birds inherited this wonderful respiratory system that dinosaurs had. They also inherited things like small genomes, which allows their nuclei in their cells to be smaller, which allows their cells to be smaller and more lightweight overall. Bats don't have that. Bats do have smaller genomes than most other mammals, but it's like that was something that was really hard won for them. It wasn't just like an easy hand-me-down like it was for birds, as I understand it. So
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Heterodactylus, thank you for the 17 months of support. I really appreciate that. And Ambervic says bats are better in the dark. And Gojira says there's a reason they stay nocturnal, bats. Burbs would beat them up. I mean, that already kind of happens. Yeah. Yeah. Take a look at this. Southern Texas. Southern Texas. So they do migrate. I'll give them that. But they're not migrating from, like, Canada to Tierra del Fuego or anything like birds do. Yeah. David Tennant. Who's that? That's such a charming accent where the word learn can be multisyllabic. She has to learn how to catch them. She has to learn how to catch them. Ah, great voice. Doesn't say who it's narrated by, but I'll trust you, chat. I will trust you. Fastest and most agile. Nice, Lenina. Cool. What's the tell me, Lenina, what's the significance of David Tennant? Why is everyone so excited? Ooh, the claw probably went through the membrane there. Ouch. Yeah, experienced bat hunters. Oh boy. Yeah. Tennant was Doctor Who for a while. Okay, cool. Doctor Who has done a lot of good stuff aside from that. Well, salute to him. Yeah. I've never seen Doctor Who, but people seem to be quite enthusiastic. He was also Scrooge McDuck, really? That Scrooge McDuck was supposed to be Scottish. Is he Scottish too? Maybe he is. Oh man, greedy. Yeah, he is Scottish. Okay, he's got kind of a softer Scottish accent. I can hear it though. I can hear it now. Yeah, much less harsh than like a groundskeeper Willie, but anyway, yeah. So bats. A large reason why bats are still mostly nocturnal in most parts of the world, except for like your large megabats like flying foxes and other fruit bats like that, is because they just can't hack it in a world ruled by avian dinosaurs, you know? They will shoot them out of the skies and eat their bodies, you know? Birds will to bats. And the Proclaimer is 500 miles. Roseanne, that's a West Country accent, isn't it? Isn't that... So Denver taught me this. We were talking about Denver Fowler earlier from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Denver was telling me about how, if we have any UK chatters here, maybe they can back me up or check me if I'm wrong about this. But he was saying that, like, the typical, you know, I need to replace the batteries on this keyboard soon. They're... Oh boy. But this right here, this is a West Country accent. Yeah. He was talking about West Country accents. Denver's from the north of England, near Manchester. Yeah. But he was talking about how there was one particular actor in he was like typecast as a pirate in a lot of older movies in the 40s, 30s or 40s or 50s or something like that. And the guy had a West Country accent, and that kind of became the pirate accent. Yeah. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Blackbeard was from Bristol. Yeah, I'm a cider drinker. Yeah, Tommy Ploticus. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. Apologies to anybody watching this in the VOD later or on YouTube. You're not going to be able to hear this because this is... Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I'm a cider drinker. So we used to listen to this song in the field. Denver had this on his MP3 player. Typical Denver feller. He didn't have an iPod. Didn't have anything like that. He had it wasn't even a Zune. It was an iCreative MP3 player. He swore by that thing, and it was wonderful. Actually, it was really good. Solid piece of technology there. But he would play this, and he would talk about the, different accents. Yeah. Yeah. Is this him here? This might be it. This might be the guy. Robert Newton was an English actor. If he was from the West Country, born in Dorset in the West Country of England and growing up in Cornwall near Land's End, his exaggeration of his West Country accent is credited with popularizing the stereotypical pirate speech. Newton has become the patron saint of the annual International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Well, there you go. There he is. Can we find a video on this, perhaps? I know we're going down some rabbit holes here, but this is how a live broadcast goes, you know? Yeah. This is probably it here. Here, let's
From the
see.
history books to Hollywood, the pirate accent has captivated audiences for generations. But where on earth did this swashbuckling accent come from? And while the thought of pirates might conjure up the image of Long John Silver's exaggerated English brogue, it's highly unlikely all of them sounded that way.
Yeah, of
Today,
course. They're
we're
from lots of
exploring the
different
evolution of the pirate accent and the real-life influences that shaped the beloved dialect. But before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel.
All right. We'll do that later.
Okay, let's hoist the Jolly Roger and set sail for today's jaunty linguistic lesson.
And so I know this is not directly related to paleontology, but it's interesting in that, like, if there's some sort of a phenomenon going on, we can sometimes trace its roots back to a particular source. And in a way, that is kind of like fossil science. We're trying to, as my high school English teacher would say, we're trying to suss out the origins of this particular thing. Yar indeed, Red Bulwark. You like this detour? Yeah.
What kind of movies do pirates love? The ones that are rated R. Movies are a big part of our
Interesting,
culture,
Roseanne.
and
What?
one film in particular
Charles
popularized the pirate language we know today. That film, an adaptation of Robert Louis Stevenson's
Treasure Island.
starred British actor Robert Newton.
Yeah.
A talented actor who was exceptionally popular in the 1940s and 50s. The film was released in 1950 and saw Newton bring the swashbuckling Long John Silver and later Blackbeard the Pirate to life on the big screen. A fine actor and Navy veteran, Newton played several pirates throughout his career. And in each performance, Newton spoke with an exaggerated version of his native West Country accent. In the novel, Long John Silver resided in Bristol, which is part of the West Country. So it wasn't much of a stretch to base his performance on the accent from the area. Although Newton died only 6 years later, the accent he created lived on in other media. He would never know the...
I want to say that, oh shoot, what's his name? The actor's name? He played, it's not Jeremy Irons. It's, he was in The King's Speech. He also played, I want to say Barbarossa, but that's not correct. That was the, that harebrained invasion of Russia by the Nazis in World War II. Jeffrey Rush! Thank you, Dark Mock Rises. Yes, indeed.
Those claws on the wings are,
ding, ding, ding.
once again, invaluable.
And thank you, Rune Lore, for the 22 months of support. I really appreciate that.
22 months.
Good stuff.
That's almost a year.
It is almost a whole year, Rune Lore. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. Yeah, Jeffrey Rush is his name. He had a West Country accent in that film as well, despite probably not being from the West Country, I'm guessing. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong. I don't know. But anyway, it's interesting how, like, this, you know, these Disney films from the 1950s, like Treasure Island, with this guy here, Robert Newton, that stretches all the way to today with like what people think a pirate should sound like. You know, he's from Toowoomba, Australia. Well, there you go. He's good at accents then. Kudos to him. Yeah. Good stuff.
Instead of his legacy, or that he'd become the patron saint for International Talk Like a Pirate Day many decades later. It's hard to believe the accent was derived from a real place in England.
Huh. Okay.
To understand where the pop culture version of the pirate accent originated, a quick geography lesson is in order.
Okay.
In Great Britain, several villages, including Cornwall, Somerset, Devon, Dorset, and Bristow.
I'm aware that there are probably at least several villages in England. Okay, good. We're on the right track here.
Make up an area known as the West Country.
Oh,
Most
okay.
of it is located on
It's
the
a
coast.
peninsula.
This proximity to water makes it a prime spot for seafaring activities.
So it's a peninsula. It's not an island. And that's important to note as well. Important to consider here. The difference between a peninsula and an island, of course. See? It's important to understand the difference between an island and a peninsula, of course. And the West Country is the latter. It is a peninsula.
In
Yeah.
Bristow make up an area known as the West Country. Most of it is located on the coast. This
There you go,
proximity
Art.
to water
Yes,
makes
indeed.
it a prime spot for seafaring activities, like smuggling tobacco and other goods into the area. It also has its own regional accent, derived
She is
from
the
various
normal one,
West
Claire
Saxon
Berg.
dialects, and their manner of
It's
speech
relative.
was unique among Europeans. The West Country is rural and known more for its farming and fishing activities than anything else. People weren't exactly moving there to find work. Outsiders didn't influence their speech much, so it developed specific nuances. Their
Cool.
distinct dialect included saying I be instead of I am.
I long-time paleontologizing viewers probably understand that I am, or I be, particularly interested in regional accents and that kind of thing. I just find that fascinating. And I try and learn different accents, and I use them when I can, and as long as I'm not offending anybody in particular. And so that's partly why we're dwelling on this particular side venture here, but this is interesting stuff, I think. Yeah. Trek Nerd says, should we beg you for your Arnold impression? Not currently. Yeah, thank you, Bette Midler. I appreciate that. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe in the future we'll have Arnold himself show up on a broadcast and ask some questions about dinosaurs. No promises, but it could happen. Yeah.
You can put your grammar checker away, though, because that's how it was said in Old English. Linguist Molly Babel confirmed some of the similarities between the West Country and pirate accent in an interview with the Vancouver Sun. She told them, speakers of the West Country regional dialect tend to emphasize their R's, unlike other British regions. They tend to replace the verb is and are with be, and indeed use the word are in place of yes. The accent clearly has roots in the West Country, which makes sense considering the number of famous pirates who came from there.
Huh. Okay.
Robert Louis Stevenson might have popularized the pirate as a concept, but West Country residents made it famous. There were quite a few real-life pirates and privateers who lived in the area. As such, their accents were probably pretty similar to Newton's famous one. Blackbeard the pirate and Sir Francis Drake both hailed from the area. Drake was born in Devonshire, becoming a privateer by the age of 18.
Yeah.
He became involved in the slave trade in the 1560s, until Queen Elizabeth I commissioned him to head to South America.
Yep.
Drake set out with 5 ships, ready to explore.
What was the line about Sir Francis Drake? Yeah, what was it there? We need closed captions for this in order for me to find it. There we go. Yeah. Take Sir Francis Drake. The Spanish, they despise him. Where is he? Where's that? Oh. Yeah. Where was that? How about if I turn the sound on? Oh, here we go. It's also a perk of being a paleontologist. You don't have to wear a suit. One of the I remain convinced of this. One of the grand achievements of American cinema, Muppet Treasure Island. Yeah, with the inimitable Tim Curry, Frazzo. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's my girlfriend in college, her all-time favorite film, bar none, was Muppet Treasure Island. She introduced me to it. And you know what? It's actually really, really good. Watch it if you haven't seen it. It's phenomenal. Unironically. It's fantastic. Yeah. BioSaladGurk says, this is truly an educational stream. I'm glad. And you've got Cabin Fever, Smarfosaurus, and you too? Touch Brainwork? Well, shoot, let's get back to this then. Darn.
But the expedition turned out to be fraught with peril. One commander literally lost his head
Here's a
for
step-by-step
treason, and
guide
only
to becoming a fossil.
Saranlin?
Step 1. Die.
Oh boy.
14 months? What a lot of chickens.
There you go. Look at all those chickens. Saranlin, that's almost a whole year too. Thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really do. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Muppet Christmas Carol is also good, Real Men Grow Beards. I watched that with Ios and Lordy last Christmas, I think. It's good. It's good. I somehow feel that Muppet Treasure Island is just the pinnacle of Muppet cinema, though. I could be biased in that regard. I very well could be biased in that regard, but it's good. If you haven't seen it, check it out. You know? Yeah, and Petrodactylus, I'm glad you like that alert. It's good stuff. Yeah. It's an international trip. Holy cow, Dame Karen, you have at your disposal a Tim Curry Long John Silver emote there? That's astonishing, Dame Karen. Wow, very nice. Very nice.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Galara Dragon, thank you for those 30 months.
Paleo hey.
That is superb, Galara Dragon. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 30 months. That is swiftly approaching a whole year, isn't it? Carry the 9. Yeah. Appreciate you, Galara Dragon. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Yeah, let's continue.
Drake's ship made it to the Pacific. The return fared better. Sailing around the Cape of Good Hope, the Queen honored and knighted him for being the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe.
Let me give you a link to
was
this.
In spite of Spanish complaints of Drake's pirate activities as he fulfilled his mission. These activities would eventually lead to his death. In January 1596, Drake attempted to take control of Spanish possessions in the West Indies.
Oh boy.
At that point, he took a page right out of the Oregon Trail and died of dysentery off the coast of Panama.
That's a real way to go out.
Blackbeard was a notorious pirate who operated predominantly along the coast of Virginia, Carolina, and the Caribbean. His origin is cloaked in mystery, but most people believe he was a man named Edward Teach, who was born in Bristol around 1680. Though they likely spoke with an accent similar to Newton's accent, they only represented a small sample of what a pirate's real-life accent would have probably sounded like.
Catch me up, somebody in chat, if you know what they're talking about. Newton. Isaac Newton?
Many of history's most famous pirates are of English descent, but not all of them were from the West Country.
Robert Newton. Oh, thank you, Jody Fish.
Were Welsh. Anne Bonny was Irish.
Okay.
And the infamous Captain
West Country
Kidd
accent.
was a Scotland native. All of them spoke English, but many pirates from the time came from non-English speaking places. Hailing from the Netherlands, Sweden, France, and the West Indies, pirates would have spoken various languages as they sailed the seven seas. So instead of the typical Long John Silver style accent we all know and love, these pirates would have been much more diverse as far as their accents go. And their manner of speech was actually a lot more sophisticated than you think. The real-life pirate talk would also be a bit more complex than standard English. English pirates were more likely to say ye instead of you. At the time, ye was a second-person plural pronoun and was often used to address more than one person.
It's like y'all.
Think of it like the Old English version of y'all, just without the southern drawl.
I promise I haven't seen this
before. Because of their use of the second-person pronoun, their language appeared more complex than standard English. It had to follow more complex grammar rules, making it seem more sophisticated.
Sure.
One might even say they were the original knights who say ye. Other words, like using be in place of is, am, or are, follow this more complex set of rules. So when a pirate says, he be walking the plank, it's just a fancy way of saying he is walking the plank. But grammar isn't the only unique part of pirate speech worth talking about.
Oh. class differences.
Language is a funny thing. It evolves and changes over time.
Yep.
The way someone speaks can also influence how other people around him speak. Social class and education level also have an effect on communication. The
There you go,
pirate language
Petrodactyl
was
is nice.
no different.
Yeah.
Privateers could range from low to high class as far back as the 16th century. Most didn't suffer a loss of social status due to being pirates. Some of them even married into wealthy families. And in the 17th century, the famous pirate Captain Kidd grew up poor. But then he married a wealthy woman and started befriending politicians. Some pirates during the
That's how you do
17th
it.
century were also sponsored by merchants. These buccaneers predominantly came from lower social classes, while higher-ranking members came from
relate.
middle-class or above backgrounds, mostly because navigating and tracking inventory required literacy. The difference in class also influenced how they spoke. You could see this illustrated in films. For instance, the 1986 film Pirates features a lower-class captain speaking Cockney, while earlier films offer a more aristocratic portrayal at times. Slang is a funny thing. It changes every few years and can leave most of us scratching our heads. Pirate slang is an exclusive category.
What
We've
are-
all heard yo-ho-ho and...
Speaking of slang here, what are some examples of Twitch slang that you might happen to be privy to that people on other online platforms or IRL might not be aware of? Kappa based no cap, poggers, lol, slumberlust, Sag, poggers, Tradoon, says Murph. I like that one a lot. And F, uh-oh, lordy. It's a connection breaking. Yeah, Skibidi. I'm familiar with that one too. Skibidi toilet. Definitely F. Totally tubular dudes. I feel like that might predate Twitch somehow, Hugan. But yeah. Petrodactylus is definitely poggers. When I started streaming, I at first had no clue what people were talking about when they said poggers. People rarely say that here, I feel. GG, says Saranlin. Yeah, for good going, right? Oh, it's good game, isn't it? Yeet, says Pendrake. That seems, yeah. I knew about Yeet from Vine. Yeah, that's empty. Yeet. Yeah, mistakes were made. That seems like an Iraq War thing, Smorphosaurus. But yeah. Yeah. Press F to pay respects is an internet meme that originated from... I'm aware, Alex Vixen, yeah. That's where the F thing came from? Yeah. Yeah. To, like, put your hand on the coffin or whatever. Feel thank man, says Gertis Bucka. Is that a Twitch thing, or does that predate Twitch? I don't know. Yeah. And thank you, Dame Karen. Appreciate that. Press X to doubt. Yes, Morphosaurus. Can we get some iOS doubt emotes in the chat? Is that still a thing? Yeah, there we go. iOS doubt. Yes, yes. Go check out iOS for if you'd like to get a press X to doubt iOS emote. Yeah. Frazo says, my kid's now talking about their drip, says Frazo. Your children or your students or your maybe both? Yeah, that's one I had to get used to. Also talking about, oh yeah, you know, my fit, and I recognized, oh, that's just a truncated outfit. Sometimes they're more or less self-explanatory. But yeah. And 11 is slang for the Age of Empire viewers. It's the laughing reaction in the game, so it places lol or haha in chat. Interesting, SP. I'm not even familiar with Age of Empire. Is that a game? Riz says Slumberless. Yeah, which is short for charisma, as I understand it. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. Real Men Scorpion says Riz is charisma, yeah.
It's the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
And Morgoth D. Wizard, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Morgoth, isn't that a, What's the game that Ios played with all the books in it? It wasn't Skyrim, it was, what was it? Morrowind! Thank you, Claire Burr. Ding, ding, ding. Yes. Yeah. And Kek W just means, like, raucous laughter, right? Like, Ios also has an emote for that. Ios Kek, right there. Yeah. Anyway, slang. Slang is a funny thing. It really is. Let's continue with our video here, shall we?
Anything.
Yeah.
It changes every few years and can leave most of us scratching our heads. Pirate slang is an exclusive category. We've all heard yo ho ho and shiver me timbers.
Are those
They're
real
part
though?
of the Robert Louis Stevenson lexicon and appear to have originated in his work.
Oh, so he made that stuff up.
Other phrases actually come from old sailing terms.
Huh.
For example, ahoy is an 18th century term for directing a sailor's attention to an approaching ship. Later it came to mean hello. Alexander Graham Bell even pitched the phrase as a way to answer the phone, until Thomas Edison popularized the more familiar hello instead.
Interesting. I feel like, you know... Yeah.
Would you like me to shred those environmental reports for you, sir? Already taken care of. Cappuccino, Simpson? Ahoy, hoy? No, you have the wrong number. This is 5246. I suspect you need more practice working your telephone machine. Not at all. Ahoy.
Really
Mr. Burns, is there any...
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Smurf. I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, Mr. Burns usually answers the phone. Ahoy, hoy. Which, apparently, that was...
Way to answer the phone, until Thomas Edison popularized directing a sailor's attention to an approaching ship. Later it came to mean hello. Alexander Graham Bell even pitched the phrase as a way to answer the phone, until...
Yeah, which sometimes I will literally answer the phone, just say, ahoy hoy, like Mr. Burns, because I think it's funny.
Thomas Edison popularized the more familiar hello instead.
Huh.
Other terms like grog...
And there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Nice! Yeah, yeah.
Tradition as well. Avast was a 17th century term to stop an action. Landlubber referred to people unfamiliar...
Avast is now a, like a computer security program. Avast, which I have, and I'm considering uninstalling because it's getting so annoying. All these like freeware, whether it's
take some of your own advice.
I do.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Amish Andy.
7 months of Dino goodness.
Thank you, Amish Andy, for that continued support there. 27 months. That's swiftly approaching a full year, isn't it? Amish Andy, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support of this channel and of science outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. Just use Windows Defender, that is enough, says Rusty Guy. I might uninstall. Avast is just getting really annoying. And they keep trying to upsell you to their paid premium service, which I do not want to do. So eventually a reckoning will occur wherein I see what's going on there, but yeah. Yeah, always two options. Do you want to pay? And shut up and pay. Yeah, you know, it's
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
31 is such an odd number, Kappa.
It is. I believe that's a Prime number, but that is not a Prime subscription there, Golganek. That is a Tier 3 subscription. Holy cow. Golganek, thank you very, very much for your continued support and your stalwart support of this channel. It really is something, Golganek. I don't know where I'd be without you. So, thank you very much, Golganek. I appreciate you. Yeah. AVG used to be like that. Has become like that too. I know, yeah. Like they all become protection rackets after a while, you know? You know, it's just it seems like it's become, you know, it's like, oh, nice looking computer you got there, you know? Be a shame if something happened to it, you know? You know, of course, we can do something about that. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. No thing. Yeah, there you go, Linnea. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. And there you go, HD. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Let's continue with this video here, and then let's get back to fossil science, shall we?
17th century term to stop an action.
Avast.
Landlubber referred to people unfamiliar with nautical tasks.
And lablubber is a term that I use all the time. A lablubber refers to a scientist who is not familiar with field work or is unaccustomed to doing work in the field. They are, you know, they usually just work in the lab. Lablubber. You know, Rigodactylus says I'm a lablubber. There you go. Yeah, we will in a little bit get back to this right here, talking about field work.
4 liters of
Yeah. But for right now we're talking about pirates for some reason. I don't even remember why, but that's the beauty of a live broadcast, isn't it?
And grog was named after the infamous Admiral Edward Vernon, aka
Really?
Old Grognard, who liked to give his crew watered-down rum.
Oh. Grog is also a term in tiki bars today. Grog is like it's the signature kind of drink in various tiki bars, and like every tiki bar will have a different take on what their like house grog is. It's yeah, it's fun stuff. Tiki bars are they're very fun. They are the perfect example of what Ios would call kitsch. But yeah. Yeah, grog is also warm beer. I don't think so, Red Bull Rick. It's rum that has been watered down, but rum is a kind of it's a kind of alcohol that's distilled from sugarcane. But it's also a term in tiki bars today. And I don't... Yeah. And these videos are all way too long. I'm not even gonna... 4 hours! Yeah, no thanks. Let's just continue with this. Grog. That's maybe one of the most embarrassing things about me is I really like tiki bars. They're a lot of fun, and I like them a lot. Grog just means alcohol in Australia. Really? Mark Melvin. Really? Really? Wow. Huh. And Nirkovo says it's watered down rum, at least here in Germany. So Germany adheres to the original definition of what grog is, apparently.
Familiar with nautical tasks. And grog was named after the infamous Admiral Edward Vernon, aka Old Grognard, who liked to give his crew watered-down rum.
That's what grog means in a traditional context, apparently. Tiki bars and flat... Yeah, and pressed pennies. There you go, HD. Yeah. Yeah.
Bilge referred to dirty water on the lower part of the ship, but later took on...
And Real Men Grow Beard says the Royal Navy still had the rum ration until 1970? Holy cow. So almost until the Falkland Islands War, they still had their rum ration. It's since been replaced by a couple of cans of beer or cider per day. Interesting. Wow. Huh. Pfizer says, so can you tell your longitude and latitude without GPS? No, I need a sextant for that and a spyglass. Pfizer. Yeah. Really interesting, Mommy does. Farmers would find unbranded cattle in their herd, or no, they probably belonged to Mr. Maverick. They were Maverick cows. Is that right, Mommy does? That's really interesting. Wow. An interesting roast sand. Interesting. Yeah. Something to drink in the winter. Interesting, Nerkovo. Tiki bar run when, says Nell? Stay tuned. I don't know. Not now.
On the meaning of
maybe another day.
Nonsense.
Yeah. Sea peoples.
Pirates as we know them, the swashbuckling treasure-hunting characters from our favorite fiction.
There's Gregory Rush.
Different than traditional pirates.
Is it Gregory Rush?
In fact, pirates were around long before
Jeffrey Rush.
Between 1276 and 1178 BCE, pirates caused a ton of trouble all over the Mediterranean and around ancient Egypt. Their reputation for wreaking havoc earned them the name the Sea Peoples. Evidence of their deadly deeds exists in 14th century correspondence between the rulers of various Near East kingdoms and ancient Egypt. One of the letters, between Pharaoh Akhenaten and the king of Alasia, now Cyprus, has the former accusing the latter of helping pirates from the region of Lucca target coastal cities.
Intrigue.
They were
Drama.
very prolific when it came to hitting ancient Egypt.
Huh.
Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II recorded how the Sea Peoples came all at once, and that no land could stand before their arms, as they laid their hands upon the land as far as the circuit of the earth. Another king, Hammurapi, the last king of Ugarit, also wrote to the king of Alasia about the destruction of his land at the Sea Peoples' hands. Not much is known about the pirates except that they were from the region of Asia Minor. That, and they practiced piracy regularly as part of the Sea Peoples. And that wasn't even the moniker they used. The group of pirates from this era of history were christened the Sea Peoples in the 18th century. And because they weren't English, you can bet they spoke with their own unique accents.
Yeah,
completely
not
different from anything we
not
associate
like
with pirates today.
Typical pirate accent from films and cinema.
Piracy still exists today, but the so-called golden age of piracy ended around the 1730s. But from around 1650 to 1730, thousands of pirates were actively plundering on the high seas. This is the period where many of the most famous pirates, Francis Drake, Blackbeard, William Captain Kidd, Calico Jack Rackham, and many others were active. But it wasn't just pirates. Men and women also worked as buccaneers, corsairs, and privateers. Operating in such diverse locations as the Caribbean islands and Tortuga, buccaneers were often paid to target Spanish ships. Of course, they targeted any ship they believed had valuable cargo aboard. Corsairs spent their time sailing around the Mediterranean.
And now they're, sought after computer parts. I've got several Corsair parts in the machine that I'm using with which to stream right now at this very moment. It's really funny how, Corsair, this used to be, a hated term. It was, that would strike fear into people's minds, and now it's a brand name for, that you get at CompUSA or Best Buy or whatever. Interesting.
Both Christian and Muslim corsairs used galleys to capture other ships. Then they'd sell their prisoners as slaves, unless they could buy their way out. Privateers,
I think
on
me
the
too,
other
is
hand,
more
were
fair.
often backed by governments. They operated their own private ships and could get away with piracy during times of...
Ray Contactless says, yeah, how weird that computer people would like piracy for some reason. Well, it's kind of only... In some cases, the only way that you can watch certain movies, because the streaming services will, just decide to abandon them. And, there are certain movies you can't watch at all unless you pirate them nowadays. People worked hard on those movies. Hundreds or thousands of people. Yeah, don't get me started on those streaming services, Pfizer. Yeah. A hub for science, says Rhacodactylus. You don't say. Yes.
War. As times changed, piracy started to decline.
Yeah.
The power of the British Royal Navy.
There you go,
played a
Lady.
role.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their ships hunted and captured pirates, often trying them in court before executing them by hanging. The pirates themselves also began freeing slaves, who then became pirates.
Yeah.
To compensate, the Navy increased their patrols. All the fighting eventually took a toll, and the golden age of piracy ended with a whimper. But the tales and records from this time made an indelible mark on history, inspiring Robert Louis Stevenson's novel and eventually the pirate accent we know today.
Huh. Yeah.
Long before Newton's portrayal...
Sorry, what was this word? Shouldn't that be an S right there? Ascended through the media? Is this a word? Ascended? I'm sorry. What? Is this a word? To ascend, to kindle, to shrine. Okay. It's legit. Yeah.
Long before Newton's portrayal of Long John Silver, pirates were portrayed on the stage. In those performances, pirate speech didn't really sound like the language we know today. A performance of Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance wouldn't have contained words like ahoy, matey, or avast. After Treasure Island became a hit, the accent took off a bit. But it wasn't until the movie that it really entered the common vernacular. In both films, Newton developed the pirate language further with phrases like, flay your shriveled tongue, and scurvy dog. His influence on the style of speaking like a pirate is now pretty much accepted as standard. The different aspects and dialects have been used by other actors. His performance is still what we think of when we hear the pirate accent.
And it's interesting how, like, through the advent of mass media, things just get kind of solidified. You might even say ossified or fossilized if you want to be fancy about it. These things just get cemented in popular culture like this through the advent of mass media, and they get spread out throughout the world like that. It's interesting stuff. Yeah, and Sparky Bug goes, yes indeed, a West Country accent, Cornish accent, yeah. And is that a conure? I don't know now. Any psittaciform bird experts in the chat? What kind of bird is this right here? Some sort of parrot, some sort of psittaciform, but is it a conure? Yeah. Anyway, it is really, really interesting. This is something that I'm intensely interested in as a paleontologist, is how, like, different portrayals of different extinct organisms get kind of cemented in popular culture. Because of, media portrayals, like Dilophosaurus, for instance. Dilophosaurus looked something like this in life. And yet in Jurassic Park, it looks like this. Or this. Or this. The whole, like, neck frill thing in Dilophosaurus. This is from EasyDrawingGuides.com or something. This is not what Dilophosaurus looked like, but this is what it happened to look like in Jurassic Park. The depiction of Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park was not accurate, not authentic, and yet, because it had tremendous cultural cachet, it gets spread around everywhere, and you see all of these Dilophosaurus depictions like this, influenced by the film Jurassic Park. Just all over the place. With that crazy, ridiculous neck frill that this animal certainly did not have. And, like, here's a Chinese reproduction of a, Dilophosaurus. It's not supposed to be a Jurassic Park Dilophosaurus, it's just supposed to be Dilophosaurus, and yet they went with the Jurassic Park depiction right there. These sorts of phenomena are really, really interesting to me as a paleontologist. And did Jack Horner say much about that? I I don't think they let him at the time, Mark Melvin, you know? And Casta Dreamer says in Ark they spit poison too, despite the fact that Dilophosaurus, at the time that it lived, it was one of the largest, most formidable bee-eating dinosaurs to have yet evolved. It would not need to spit poison. It was plenty formidable even without that. And so even in the game Ark, they spit poison like that. Because of the influence of Jurassic Park, you know? This is kind of like, what was it, Robert Newman and the West Country accent in pirate movies? Sometimes you just have a, like, pivotal portrayal that all other things draw from after that. And I'm really interested in that as a paleontologist, you know? Yeah, this is like... I find that really interesting. Here's an origami website where they made their origami Dilophosaurus also have a crazy neck frill that this animal definitely did not have. Yeah, that's really interesting. I find that really interesting.
Historian Colin Woodard brought this fact home in a 2011 interview with National Geographic, stating, Newton's performance, full of R's, shiver-me timbers, and references to landlubbers, not only stole the show, it permanently shaped pop culture's vision of how pirates looked, acted, and spoke.
Yep.
Movies and cinema have consistently asserted their influence on our collective culture. And in the case of the pirate accent, it created something that resonates with people today.
Yep.
From Treasure Island to Pirates of the Caribbean and beyond, it seems like there will always be a place for the pirate accent in pop culture. So hoist the mainsail, me hearties, because the pirate accent is definitely here to stay. So what do you think?
There you go.
Talk pirate to us in the comments below, and while you're...
Yeah, here's a link to that video right there from Weird History. They've got like 4 million subscribers on YouTube. Holy cow. Good for them. But yeah. Henny says, it's amazing how single movies can affect the entire population. And that brings us to Dilophosaurus itself. This animal, Dilophosaurus right here. Yeah, here's a lovely depiction right there. There is the Jurassic Park Dilophosaurus, along with a person and the real Dilophosaurus, which is significantly larger and cooler, if you ask me. This was a very obscure dinosaur to the general public before the movie Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is what catapulted Dilophosaurus into superstardom. And I had, years before I discovered Twitch, I scripted out a whole video about Dilophosaurus that I was in the process of filming to produce on YouTube and everything, and then other stuff got in the way. But some of what I was going to use in that was here. This is one of the very first dinosaur websites ever produced. This is from the University of California Museum of Paleontology, where I was this morning, actually, in Berkeley, California. People at UCMP realized the potential of the internet very early on, and they realized that they could make virtual exhibits online that anybody around the world could access without even traveling to Berkeley. Here is the guy who dug up Dilophosaurus. This is Samuel P. Wells, and he's pointing at this lovely Dilophosaurus skeleton here. And Sam Wells, he talked about this animal in Jurassic Park, and here, let me find this for you right here.
It was quite.
Here we go. I'll play it for you. Hopefully you can hear this.
Flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about
Another
the same
UCMP paleontologist,
dimension
Kevin
as
Padian.
the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Let me caution, 9 months of support. Thank you for those 9 months there, let me caution. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Thank you for supporting science here on Twitch. Those collections that you saw behind Kevin Padian are the same collections which house the holotype of Dilophosaurus. And here is Sam Wells talking about Dilophosaurus right here in this little audio clip.
It was quite a thrill to see Dilophosaurus as an actor in Jurassic Park. He came on strong. The only two things that I would question were his ability to spit poison forward. We have no evidence of there being poison.
Yep, no evidence whatsoever. But however,
these are minor points, and these are good showmanship. And I enjoyed the movie thoroughly, and I'm very happy to find the Dilophosaurus an internationally known actor.
This makes me really happy that Sam Wells was actually thrilled to see Dilophosaurus portrayed in the film Jurassic Park. This is a dinosaur that he helped bring to light. He poured blood, sweat, and tears into the resurrection, the reconstruction of this animal, and you know, that's a big deal. You know? This dinosaur, which was very obscure. Nobody in the general public was aware of Dilophosaurus until Jurassic Park. And that depiction in Jurassic Park, of course, spawned stuff like this, the crazy neck frill and all of that. But the thing is, we now recognize, well, we recognized back then too, Dilophosaurus was a lot bigger and cooler looking. If you want a full picture of what this animal would have been like, I'd highly recommend you check out this lovely video right here by Brian Ang.
Biology.
Yeah.
The first skull reconstruction of Dilophosaurus to take all of the known skull material into account, while also considering its three-dimensional structure for a living 3D life reconstruction to be featured in the museum exhibit videos at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George, Utah.
Yeah, good stuff here. Check out this video here by paleo artist Brian Ang. It is phenomenal. I think you'll really like it. Check it out. And did you beat me to it, Claire Berg? Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, they did use frog DNA. Well, that's no excuse though, Commodore. They don't explicitly talk about that in the depiction of Dilophosaurus or anything. I think when most members of the general public look at Dilophosaurus, when they think about Dilophosaurus, they're thinking about an animal that would look like this, you know? And there's no frogs that do that, I can assure you. You know? Yeah. So... yeah. And if any dinosaur had a frill, would there be any possibility of it being fossilized? Beards. There's an entire group of dinosaurs that had frills. We call them Theratopsians. And they had an incredible assortment of horns and frills. Truly extraordinary animals. Just incredible critters. And that actually is the perfect segue to bring us back to our video on the excavation of some ceratopsian dinosaurs by some crews of Canadian paleontologists here. So let's get back to that, shall we?
A harsh terrain under a blistering sun.
When you're actually down the quarry, you really bake, you really feel it.
They'll each need to carry 4 liters of water, or they won't make it through the day.
Heat stroke is probably the biggest danger out here.
Yeah.
Is joined by his partner,
Kubrick, you gotta drink your water.
Canadian paleontologist working for the Cleveland Museum of Natural History.
We have a hard day, hot days work ahead of us. The sun is bright, the crew is young and virile. We'll get a lot of fossils.
But it's just one.
Doesn't virile mean? Isn't it like saying nubile? That's kind of a weird act. Whatever. Anyway, hello Moon Pie. How are you doing? It's good to see you. You were resting over there on my bed, and now you're back. Hello Moon Pie. Came back for some attention. Oh, I love you, Moon Pie. Yeah. Yeah, that is Dan Aykroyd narrating this. Oh, and we got to do Metazoa too. You're right, Real Men Grow Beards. We'll get to that. Oh, Moon Pie. Moon Pie, how you doing? How you doing? Let's bring the cat cam over. There we go. Moon Pie. How are things? You having a good day? I hope so, Moon Pie. I hope so. Yeah. Good, Moon Pie. Yeah, Smorf says ceratopsian frills are a paint-a-drawn perspective. Oh yeah. There's so many like hilariously bad creationist books that have got really terrible depictions of
Reganation gifted 3 months of
ceratopsians.
tier 1 to Casmeow Black. They've gifted 153 months in the channel.
Thank you, Reagan Nation. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, she is such a star, Moon Pie. Look at you. You're such a star. The camera loves you. Look at those eyes. Yeah. Good stuff. And look at those claws deployed. You're drooling on this. You're drooling on there. Yeah, Moon Pie. Well, well, well. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, Moon Pie is, Oh, you gonna continue to sit here? I can continue to pet you. Let's continue our video, shall we? Thank you for stopping by, Moon Pie. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see how long you stick around. Here, let's continue here. There we go.
Specific set of bones Evans wants to find.
Let's go back a little bit.
Is probably the biggest danger out here.
David is joined by his partner, Michael Ryan, a Canadian paleontologist working for the Cleveland Museum of Natural History.
We have a very hard day, hot days work ahead of us. The sun is bright, the crew is young and virile. We'll get a lot of fossils.
But it's just one specific set of bones Evans wants to find.
Doesn't virile mean like fertile? It's a weird adjective to use for your crew, you know? Whatever. Claireburst is full of energy too. Is that what that means? I thought it had more of a reproductive kind of context. I don't know. Yeah.
Day, hot days work ahead of us. The sun is bright, the crew is young and virile. We'll get a lot of fossils.
But it's just one specific set of bones Evans wants to find. The face of a new species.
There you go, Kennedy. Yeah, I thought so.
This kind of represents our gamble. The big question for us now is who finds the first bone?
Here you go, ask me. Oh, Moon Pie, are you virile? No.
Shovel hits pay dirt.
No, you bet spade.
So we've got little Tyrannosaur
Always
teeth
spay and
here.
neuter
Nice
your
little find
pets.
for the first few minutes of the day.
But Evans didn't come looking for tyrannosaurs. He's looking for proof of a new species of horned dinosaurs. Evans thinks his mystery dinosaur lived here 80 million years ago. The Badlands was a green, river-fed terrain with plenty of plant life for these 2-ton herbivores to graze on.
Yep.
45 million years earlier, the first ceratopsians, called
Protoceratops,
lived in Asia. Then they migrated to North America across a land bridge.
Yep.
They were the size of large dogs with frills.
We had Protoceratops right here on our stream yesterday. That was our big fossil 3D print. Now we've got Dilophosaurus today. But yeah, good stuff. Bob Barker, is that you? Yeah, always spay and neuter your pets, Commodore, every day. Maybe not every day. Do it as much as they need it. But yeah.
And neck shields but no horns.
We know from the pieces we have that this is something really spectacular that's going to tell
Hopefully
us
just
a
once.
lot
Exactly,
about
right,
the
SB?
early evolution of the horned dinosaur family that includes the famous Triceratops. We're on the edge of our seats as paleontologists because every bone that we find here is going to tell us something
There you go,
about
Petrodactylus,
an
yeah.
animal that we didn't know existed 2 years ago.
Yeah, don't do that to birds, Mayor Space. Good point. How are you doing, Mayor Space? Good to see you.
1,000 kilometers north, another crew of dinosaur hunters makes their way to Grand Prairie, Alberta.
Ah.
It's a boom town, best known for oil and grain. And in nearby Pipestone Creek, an unsolved mystery, 73 million years old. Over millennia, this river has carved out something
Well, glad to
remarkable.
hear it, Mayor. Glad to hear
A mass grave containing the bones of thousands of dinosaurs.
This bone bed is one of the richest bone beds anywhere in the world. Making
That's
the
Phil Curry's
discoveries
voice.
in the field is probably the most exciting thing I do, and that's something you never, ever get tired of.
As one of the world's top paleontologists, Dr. Philip J. Curry has made discoveries on every continent. He's the rock star inspiration for the dino hunter in Jurassic Park.
That was Jack Horner, actually. Although they kind of based Sam Neill's look in Jurassic Park on Phil Curry because they look kind of similar, you know? They're white guys with blonde hair. But anyway, yeah. Several of our alerts here on Paleontologizing feature Dr. Phil Curry. So longtime viewers will be quite familiar with his aspect. Phil Curry.
In 30 years, he's discovered 25 new species and proved that
Even Antarctica, yeah, you bet, Hennies.
hunted in packs.
Yeah.
Grand Prairie is a place where we've worked for more than a dozen years. We've excavated hundreds and hundreds of specimens.
I'll see you later, Galara Dragon. Enjoy your dinner.
Thousands of specimens.
But all the bones here...
And Kodali, thank you for highlighting that question from Nalcar. How much does the average dig cost for it to be funded? I'm not sure what the average dig is. I'll see you later, Moon Pie. Thanks for being here. But most of the dinosaur digs that I have worked on have been just like maybe at the high end, maybe a few $1,000s. At the low end, a few $100s. It depends if you have to buy your equipment and vehicles and everything up front. It'll be more expensive that way. Like this past summer, when we were digging in Wyoming, that was like, we raised like $7,000. This community raised like $7,000 for fieldwork in Wyoming. Whereas I've been on field crews where we already had vehicles and some leftover equipment and stuff, and so it might be like $800 for a whole summer's worth of fieldwork to bring back dozens of dinosaurs, you know, wrapped up in in plaster jackets. So it depends, but it's not very much. Paleontology, dinosaur paleontology in particular, it doesn't take a gold figure to fund, you know? Sometimes it only takes a few $100s. We need money for food. We need money for plaster of Paris and burlap. Money for water. Money for fuel. We as crew members supply our own tents. We supply our own digging equipment oftentimes. We often supply our own vehicles. It's... out of any science, dinosaur paleontology maybe gives you the best bang for your buck. Where you can have new species of dinosaur, potentially, for just a few $100 or a few $1,000s investment. And if you have more than that, oh my goodness, the stuff that you can achieve with that. Oh boy. Yeah. Nalcar says, that's dirt cheap. I know, right? Yeah. And I didn't really recognize this until I started talking to scientists from other disciplines. Like when we talk with Valint every Wednesday night. It might be tens of thousands of dollars to run one experiment within genetics. Whereas with that amount of money, we could dig up a dozen new species of dinosaur. Paleontology is remarkably cost-effective. So if you happen to be a wealthy person watching this right now or watching later on YouTube, just a little bit of financial push from you could achieve remarkable things. It's... Yeah. With this fieldwork in this documentary, this may have actually been funded by the TV station that wanted to film here. Like, I don't actually know, but there have been times, like with, let's see, like with the Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. Yeah, right here. Yeah. This expedition was largely funded, as I understand it,
100
by...
million years before the birth of the first pharaoh. The deserts of Egypt were verdant Edens, teeming with life.
This was funded by A&E, Arts and Entertainment Television, as it was called at the time.
Dinosaurs ruled.
Yeah. And now, Clark, I'm glad you enjoyed that paper. Nice.
A German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this waste.
Stromer war the Reichenbach?
To its prehistoric past. The strange monsters he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies.
Yeah, an Allied bombing raid in April of 1944.
For the next half a century, a hidden world lay buried under these shifting sands. Until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's
All right.
Their mission? To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt. Their discovery? Something so unexpected. It would supply one vital missing piece to the puzzle of a forgotten world.
They found a sauropod. Paralitite. So this fieldwork was in part funded by this documentary, by the budget that A&E, back when A&E television networks, before they became before A&E television was just Real Housewives of Bakersfield or whatever, back when the A&E Arts and Entertainment Television used to air operas and like theatrical productions and stuff like that. They had an interesting pivot there. Yeah. But at one time they tried to branch out a little bit from just like operas and stuff, and they're like, why don't we fund a dinosaur dig and then air that on TV, Yeah, good stuff. All right. So, yeah, Matt LaManna is one of the paleontologists in this.
Of the lost dinosaur. Their mission?
Yeah, right there. Matt LaManna. If things go according to plan, Dr. Matt LaManna, who is now he's at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, well-known dinosaur paleontologist, he might be making regular appearances on this channel while we were out digging dinosaurs in Wyoming this summer. Matt LaManna, rumor has it, might be joining our crew, which would be really cool. So, yeah. From A&E television funded digs to potentially Twitch.tv funded digs. Good stuff. Anyway. Yeah. So stay tuned for that. And if any of you have not seen our fieldwork streams from last year, then holy cow, are you missing out. Let's get back to
the infant, the adult.
Jody Fish. What is
Ontogeny.
that? Ontogeny. Yes, indeed, Jody Fish. Thank you for the 23 months of support. You are you're displaying some ontogenetic growth yourself, Jody Fish, with those 23 months. Holy cow.
Area where the rock is just actively being.
Here we go.
Too, Claire. Dreamt, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right.
Windy in Wyoming last year.
Let's pull up.
There you go, Mayor Space. Yes.
Chat.
All right, come
Having
on.
A pretty okay day so far. It's hard to have a truly terrible day when you're out digging dinosaurs, I suppose. Hope you're having a good day too, Claire. Dreamt, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Dr. Tara, welcome. Hello to you. Dr. Irrefutable, Jim, Lady Lara Croft. It is windy today, Claire Burr. I was actually debating whether I should stream at all. Hopefully you can hear me okay. But yeah, the wind is, well, it's wind today. It's going to be worse tomorrow, and yeah, Wyoming is very windy for the most part, and you're experiencing some of that right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Paleo Mom, how are you doing, Mom? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Howdy, howdy.
Let's see. Pendrake says, what is the average cost to unwrap and catalog and describe everything that gets dug up? It depends. It depends what kind of institution it goes to. Do they have a budget to actually do that kind of work in the first place? All that stuff. It really depends. It depends on a lot of different stuff. But
It's your first time here?
it can be kind of cheap to dig these things up in the first place. It can cost a lot more to actually prepare them. And when I say prepare, I mean chip away all of the rock from the bone in the laboratory. You can get volunteers to do that, but it helps to have a professional preparator. Ideally, you should be able to pay somebody to do that so they could feed themselves or their family while they grow these skills as a professional and all that stuff. And then you have to have people actually describe them and figure them, do illustrations and publish them in the scientific literature, describe them, actually like sit down for hours and hours and look at all of the specific aspects of the anatomy of these critters so they can write that up, do detailed descriptions, and then publish that in a scientific journal. There's a lot that goes into it. Digging them up is only the first part, but that's what we do out in the field like we did last summer.
Or if you're watching later on YouTube or something, it's great to have you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in the wilds of western Wyoming, digging up some dinosaurs right now in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation with my crew here. So they're just around the corner. We're at the same place we were yesterday, continuing to work on the same dinosaur, what's almost certainly a new species of duck-billed dinosaur. Yeah, there's not too much new to show you today. I'm not gonna make any promises about anything super new and exciting. Still digging at the same limb bone. I think it might be a tibia now. It might not actually be a femur.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this so you can see it. But there is that link right there. Yeah. And Hanny says, our museum is filled with unprepared fossils that are just waiting for funding. Oh yeah. Shoot. Have you ever seen the end scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark? Yeah. You remember this, perhaps? From Raiders of the Lost Ark. There are museums that have warehouses not this big, but like almost that big. I can show you a photograph. My fieldwork photos. There we go. Summer 2011. And at the beginning of that summer, we had to move everything from a bunch of temporary storage facilities to a grand storage facility. There we go. Yeah, these are all fossil jackets right here. All awaiting preparation by skilled preparators. Some of these are also molds and stuff like that, but for the most part, these are fossil jackets here, awaiting preparation. Yeah. This was back in 2011, my first summer in the field. It was, oh, here it is. At the very end. There is Nate Carroll, who's now curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. And there's Alida Bayul, who is an expert in dinosaur ontogeny and histology. She might be in China nowadays, Alida. She's originally from Tahiti, but she was in Montana while I was in Montana, learning how to do dinosaur histology and figure out dinosaur growth and that kind of thing. And every single one of these is a fossil jacket holding dinosaur fossils, which you'll see later on in this documentary here. So there are some institutions that that have a lot of these still waiting to be prepped. Yeah. So, yeah, and thing 1 of 2, you'll see that this summer when I'm out in the field again. We got to continue with this right now.
Come from only one dinosaur species.
Pachyrhinosaurus bone bed is fantastic for us.
I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back.
One particular dinosaur, Pachyrhinosaurus.
Pachyrhinosaurus was a ceratopsian species, a relative of the famous Triceratops. These were enormous herbivores that lived in the Canadian North 73 million years ago, reaching up to 6 meters in length and weighing in at 3,000 kilos.
We have up to 300 bones per cubic meter in this bone bed.
I think that
Dinosaurus remains in this bone bed.
Curry's Pachyrhino team is mostly made up of grad students, like Scott Persons.
it's really strange that we have a whole bunch of pachyrhinosaurs in one spot and nothing else. So the mystery, if we think of ourselves as being sort of homicide detectives here, is not just why did a whole bunch of animals die, but why did a whole bunch of animals of the same species die, presumably all at once.
Curry's number 2 is 31-year-old Australian Phil Bell.
Phil was my mentor. I read about him in books when I was a kid, and to come to Canada to work with him, it was a dream come true for me.
Bell has been preparing a Pachyrhinosaurus skull pulled directly from Pipestone Creek.
Up the front end, we've got the beak, which is typical of these animals, these ceratopsian dinosaurs. The eyeball would have been right here. It was about the size of my fist. Moving back, we've got this big sweeping shield that would have protected the back of the skull. And a variety of horns that it would have used for display with other members of its herd, and possibly even to frighten
real
predators.
dinosaur?
Super Bob.
Animal.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Pachyrhinosaurus. Right there. That is a big skull, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed. These are not tiny animals, especially when they're full grown. It's a big critter, Pachyrhinosaurus.
Pulled directly from Pipestone Creek.
Yeah.
Up the front end, we've got the beak, which is typical of these animals, these ceratopsian dinosaurs. The eyeball would have been right here. It was about the size of my fist. Moving
Yeah,
back,
big
we've
eyes.
got this big sweeping shield that would have...
So the biggest eyes of any terrestrial animal that ever lived certainly would have belonged to dinosaurs. Either a ceratopsian or a sauropod or a tyrannosaur. You had eyes the size of oranges or eyes the size of grapefruits. They are bigger than the eyes of any mammal that ever lived. Yeah, what big eyes you had, says Mayor of Space. Yes, all the better to see you with, Mayor of Space. Yeah! Cool stuff. Yeah. And what did these eat that needed a beak, says Pendrake? Well, they kind of inherited a beak from ancestors like Psittacosaurus right here. So these guys would have evolved from critters that would have looked kind of like this. Psittacosaurus. I'm trying to find one that doesn't have that ridiculous butt fuzz on it. That's epidemic. No. Psittacosaurus. They would have evolved from an ancestor like this that already had a beak. So the beak kind of like, that's a hand-me-down that these guys later had. Yeah, but that may have allowed them to eat all kinds of interesting... They could basically eat whatever they wanted, plant-wise. They could chop down a tree with that beak, probably. They could eat cycads, they could eat ferns, they could eat ginkgos and dogwoods and rhododendrons and horsetails and... Yeah. Yeah, here. From Phil Tippett's Prehistoric Beast from 1984. Good stuff. Phil Tippett, master of the craft of stop-motion animation. Legendary figure. Yeah, Alberta, Canada. 65 million years ago. This would actually be a little bit earlier than that. This would be in the Campanian. Because I think we have, what, Centrosaurus or Monoclonius here? That'd be about 75 million years ago. But, yeah. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, so... Let's get to the ceratopsian, shall we? Who is, I believe, munching on some lovely plants. There we go. This is another horned dinosaur, like Pachyrhinosaurus. Yeah. Exquisite work here. So that beak would have allowed them to tackle basically whatever kind of plant matter they came across. Like I said, they could nip off tree branches. They could probably chop a tree down using that beak. They could eat whatever they pleased, plant-wise. They could probably eat animals with that beak if they wanted to. If this critter came upon a dead tyrannosaur, they could chop up that and eat it with that beak if they really wanted to, you know? Yeah. Lovely stuff. So a beak would have been a remarkably versatile tool for eating plants like this. As you see here. Lovely work by Phil Tippett. Holy Lifton says, is it at all possible that they were omnivorous? Yes. Actually. It's not impossible. Yeah. Here is a kind of a classic Mark Whitten illustration of a Styracosaurus, another beaked, horned, plant-eating dinosaur, eating a dead Tyrannosaur here. Is using its beak to just go to town on this critter. It's not impossible to, you know, in fact, it's kind of easy to imagine these animals as almost being like giant pigs. You know, pigs will eat anything and everything. There are more people every year who are killed and eaten by pigs than by sharks. It's like 10 times as many people are eaten by pigs every year than eaten by sharks. Because pigs are, you know, they're opportunists. They'll eat whatever they can get. Yeah. You're also more likely to be killed by a vending machine than a shark, statistically speaking. There are more people who are killed by vending machines every year than by sharks. Sharks are not dangerous animals. Statistically speaking, they are not. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. It's easy to imagine these animals being kind of like pigs, where, like, they've got these shearing teeth, too, that would be beautiful for, you know, for cutting apart other animals. And they've got a big, formidable beak on the front. You know, they could do you in with a beak like that. Yeah. So there is a chance that some of these animals may have been a little bit more omnivorous than we're used to understanding today. Today, we're used to understanding animals as being either carnivorous or herbivorous. They're either eating plants or eating meat. And there are some creatures that are kind of in between, like pigs. There may have been a lot of creatures like that during the age of dinosaurs. And, some of this evidence comes from, like, fossil dung. Like with, coprolithologist Karen Chin here. Looking at what we call coprolites.
There doesn't seem to be much to find out on the prairie near Choteau, Montana. But for paleontologists like Corey Coverdale, this is hallowed ground.
Yeah, but we're not talking about him. We're talking about...
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Mikey likes.
35 months is almost like a whole year.
It is almost like a whole year. Holy cow, Mikey likes 35 months. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Mikey likes. Thank you kindly for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Here. Let's get to Karen Chin and coprolites here. Yeah.
Perspectives on ancient life.
Yeah.
My name is Karen Chin, and I study ancient ecosystems. And to do that, I often look at fossilized species.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated.
Best
And
follow on Twitter.
coprolites
Mikey
can
likes,
also
thank you.
tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
Yep.
Sadly, these fecal fortunes are far more rare than skeletal bones.
It's a little bit paradoxical that an animal only died once in its lifetime, but it defecated gazillions of times. But even so, coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than their skeletal fossils.
which makes them really interesting and kind of precious in a way. Here, take a look at this as a clue for like how even herbivorous dinosaurs may have been a little bit more complex in their diets than you might imagine.
The occasional snail shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it.
What?
We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was...
And so, yeah, that's unusual because we don't have very many, like, huge mega herbivores today. We've got elephants. We've got elephants. I guess we've got rhinos and giraffes. But, like, you don't have many multi-ton herbivores walking around doing their thing today. You know? Yeah, moose and buffalo. But they mostly eat, you know, leaves and grass and stuff. Hippos, yeah, but, like, creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants, you don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says, a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs. You know? And to find their fossil poops like this and find bits of rotted wood, like wood that was already rotten by the time these animals ate it, is really strange. So, like, what in the world are they doing there? You know?
Maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was back.
So basically, they're going and eating these rotting logs because that's where the bugs are, and the bugs are full of protein. Elephants don't do that today. Giraffes don't do that today. Hippos don't do that today. Elk and moose and you know, deer, they're not doing that. But it seems like hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, were doing that. Claire Burr says, spongy wood with little gummies inside. There you go. Oh, yeah.
Backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the
Utah.
same age as a tree medicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans. They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
So these plant-eating dinosaurs were eating either crayfish or maybe wood lice, you know, like roly-polies, sow bugs, pill bugs, you know, critters like that. They're eating maybe these guys. Who are crustaceans. These are not insects. Pill bugs, sow bugs, isopods is what they're actually called. They are crustaceans. They are not insects. They have way more than 6 legs. You know? So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff, right? And now before This reminds me, talking about, oh, these are actually crustaceans, not insects. That reminds me of taxonomy. That reminds me, we've not done metazoa yet today, have we? Let's get into that real quick. And then we will get back to our video here that we were looking at, remember? So let's do metazoa here real quick. Yeah.
Hold on to your butts.
Metazoa is an animal guessing game, a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with that, where you've got to guess not the word of the day, but the animal of the day. So let's try and do that. The way that this works is you guess an animal, trying to guess the mystery animal of the day, and the game will show you the most exclusive clade that includes both your guess and the mystery animal of the day. So give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Give me the name of a Oh, Lenina, you might want to sit this one out, Lenina, if you got stupid lucky today. Jody Fish says panther. Panther is not actually the name of a specific cat. Both jaguars and leopards are both called panthers sometimes. Casey Snowart says elephant. That's an Afrothere mammal. Let's try elephant. It would help if I could spell it right, huh? There's no brackets in the word elephant. There we go. Let's try elephant. That's a placental mammal. And oh boy. Oh boy. Not only is this not an Afrothere mammal, not only is it not a mammal, not only is it not a vertebrate, oh boy, Bilateria is as close as we can get with that. That is the most exclusive clade that includes our guess and the mystery animal. So, let me show you what that means, chat. Bilateria. These are animals with bilateral symmetry. Which are in here. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. Which, statistically speaking, it's probably an insect or a crustacean. Because protostomes are this larger clade. You know, we know it's not a deuterostome, it's not a chordate, it's not a mammal or an amniote or anything like that. It's probably a protostome. So give me the name of an insect or a crustacean here. Yeah. Mayorspace says centipede. That's like an outgroup before you get to true insects, because centipedes have got a lot of legs. Ash Rubber says dragonfly. Well, give me something more derived than that. Dragonflies are pretty early branching. Let's try wasp, Will62. I like that. Let's try wasp. Here. Let's try wasp. Not white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, but, you know, part of Hymenoptera. And Holometabula. Ooh, this got us close. So these are insects, if I recall correctly, that go through, like, discrete life stages. You know, like pupa, adult. Yeah. Holometabula. So we know our critter is part of Holometabula right here. Or Endopterygota. So it's not a wasp. We know it's not a hymenopteran insect, so we can be assured it's not an ant. It's not a bee. It's not a wasp. It might still be a termite. Let's look up Endopterygota here. Endopterygota. Come on. Oh, it's not coming up here. That's annoying. Let's try it on Wikipedia. Endopterygota. Holometabula. There we go. also known as Endopterygoda. Is a superorder of insects within the infraclass Neoptera that go through distinct larval, pupal, and adult stages. So, this includes Hymenoptera, which is sawflies, wasps, ants, and bees. But since we guessed wasp, and it doesn't give us Hymenoptera, we know it's not a Hymenopteran. So we can cross this off right here. It's not a Hymenopteran. But it could be a lacewing, a snakefly, an alderfly, a beetle, a butterfly, part of Lepidoptera. Could be a moth too. Could be a true fly, or it could be a flea. Let's try beetles. Give me the name of a beetle, chat, and don't say John, Paul, George, or Rinko, or Yoko. Linnaeus' dung beetle. Let's try that. Wait, Lenina, you got today's. You got. Not trying to cheat here. I know you're not trying to make me cheat with you, but still. Scarab. Tiger beetle. I can confirm she isn't helping. So but that's the thing, is that like, since Lenina is not helping, I already know that she's like trying not to help. And so like, unfortunately I need you to disregard Lenina for this portion. Yeah. And Volcano Doc, how are you doing? Welcome, Volcano Doc. How are you doing? Here, let's try like Hercules beetle. Because I know that's part of this. Let's try Hercules beetle. And it's not a beetle. Okay, it's not a beetle. We know it's not a Hymenopteran. And we know it's not a Coleopteran. It's gotta be somewhere not part of one of those. So, we know it's not within Coleoptera. It's not a beetle. We know it's not a Hymenopteran. It's not a bee or one of their relatives. It could be a Lepidopteran, a moth or butterfly. How many moths or butterflies do they have in this game? Let's try Atlas moth, just for kicks and giggles here. Let's see. Oh, it is part of Bombicoidea, which is a superfamily of moths, including silk moths and giant silk moths. We find an iron tree of life. Yeah, the hawk moths is the family there. Good stuff. Man, this is a Specios clade. Holy cow. So many species. It's nuts. It's nuts. Some might say too many species. Yeah. Holy cow. Hawk moths. Bombicoidea. There's only 8,000 species of them. Holy moly, that's more species than there are mammals in the world today. More species of mammals. Anyway. Silkworm, I think, is within this group. Yeah, there we go. There's a silkworm there. It's probably going to be silkworm, isn't it? Let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try silkworm. And that's it right there. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Not too shabby. We got it in 5 guesses. That's certainly not the worst. Certainly not the worst. No, and you're good, Claire. Nope, you weren't messing with me. You're all good. Yeah, so Mothra, says Mechaholic. Yeah. Mothra. Mothra desu ka. Yeah. Mothra, oh, very nice, Claire Burr. You got it in 3? That's excellent. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Seeing there were only 2 moths made it beyond easy. Yeah, when there's like, how many species are there of moth? I know moths are not a, they're not a proper taxonomic group. Like, they're not a proper clade. But, Lepidoptera. Yeah, there's how many species of Lepidopteran? There are so many. Moths and butterflies are an incredibly speciose clade. Lepidoptera, there are so many of them. So many of them! Holy cow. And they only have probably like fewer than 10 in this game that we're playing, which is separate from this tree here. 1 butterfly and 2 moths? That's nuts, Beards. That's nuts. See, when I say that the game is tilted heavily toward mammals, this is what I mean. Butterflies and moths, 178,000 species. Give or take a few. Nuts. There are so many species of them. Compare that to mammals, you know. Our own clade, mammals. There's like, what, maybe 4,000 species of mammals? Maybe 5,000 if you're generous? Butterflies and moths outnumber us in ways that we can barely fathom. That's, yeah. It's almost as if this tree was created by mammals. There you go, Commodore. Yeah. 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 Amazing. Anyway, we got it. We got it right there. We're at a 23-game streak. 59 wins out of 60 plays. And those of you who are here know that the only time I lost was because we got into it. We were in the middle of a game and it reset because I was playing it too late. We didn't lose it, it just reset. Anyway, doing pretty well. 5 guesses is not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah. And Saronlin, that may have been old Chucky D himself. Darwin may have said that. I think he must be inordinately fond of beetles. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, and it makes sense to be fond of beetles. It really does. Because who amongst us is not fond of beetles? Yeah, they did have some good songs, Murph. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And Moon Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Do you want to come up here? Here, let me scoot the chair back so you can get up here, okay? Come here, Moon Pie. Hey. Come here. Come here. Moon Pie, you're all about being on stream today, aren't you? I love this. Oh, it was JBS Haldane? Okay, Salamander, that makes sense. Yeah. Hey, come here. Hey. Come here. Come on up here. Come on up, Moon Pie. Come visit me. Come here. Come here. I gotta ignore her. I guess that's the secret, right? Yeah. Oh, and there we go. Hello, Moon Pie. Hello. Yeah, look at you. Let's bring the cat cam to bear here. I gotta see my stream deck though. Watch out. Watch out. Cat cam. There we go, Moon Pie. There we go. you. Oh, Moon Pie. You love that plastic plant, don't you? You know, the reason I have that plastic plant is because cats like you would eat a real cycad and then get poisoned by it. They're toxic. They're toxic. The plastic one is cat safe, you know? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, bye. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for coming to say hello. Yeah, love you. Yeah, look at that camera there. Yeah. Here, come say hello to this part. Get out of my water. Don't drink. You're not gonna like it. There's ice in there. Alright, let's... Now that we're done with Metazoa, let's get back to our, get back to our video here. There we go. Let's continue.
Protected the back of the skull. And a variety of horns that it would have used for display with other members of its herd, and possibly even to frighten predators.
This animal, like countless thousands of its kind, died swiftly and unexpectedly.
You're looking at a crime scene that happened 75
Great
million years
Ceratopsian
ago. All
War.
the evidence is cold.
2 teams and 2 mysteries. In the Badlands, the Horned Dino team digs for a brand new species of Ceratopsian. And in Pipestone Creek, Team Pachyrhino is on a forensic fossil hunt looking for clues why thousands of dinosaurs
I
died
love the
in
dramatism
one killing
here.
blow.
I wish we had a film crew on our...
The Horned Dinosaur team
We're
is
out
trying
working,
to
you
identify
know?
a brand new species of dinosaur.
We've got the frill, we need the face.
And in Pipestone Creek, Alberta, Phil Curry's Pachyrhino team is hunting for answers to a 73-million-year-old mystery.
This is a mass death and a mass burial, clearly something that must have happened over a very short time. But what happened?
What wiped out an entire herd of pachyrhinosaurs and turned these forests into a killing field? Curry's team has just weeks to find an answer. And after scraping off 73 million years worth of dirt, grad student Scott Persons uncovers a massive pile of bones.
Cats, you know?
I started out by finding the limb bone. And so I started to excavate around that, and that led me to the rib that's on top of it. And that led me to the vertebra, which has led me to this next rib. So digging here is like a game of pickup sticks. It's hard to find one bone you can take out without running into another.
Might be a big old jacket they've got to extract
we have,
there.
2 skull bones here, which we call squamosals.
Will 6'2". Yeah.
The squamosal is part of the frill at the back of the skull, and so you have these nice scallops along the edge. That helps us age this animal. We know it's at least a young adult.
If those epiossifications, those epiparietals and episquamosals are fused onto the back of the frill, that does indicate some degree of maturity.
Determining the cause of death.
It was what we call a catastrophic death assemblage, because it includes those medium-sized animals, which were the young adults and always the strongest members of the population.
Yep, and I've got clips from other documentaries of Bill Curry talking about this kind of thing. Talking about mass death assemblages. Yeah, let's see, Centrosaurus bone bed. Here, take a look at this. This is from
the fertile wheat fields of Alberta
1988.
Are scarred by a geological feature known as the Badlands. Embedded in each layer are millions of years of dinosaur history.
Yeah.
The region is a magnet to paleontologists like Philip Curry, assistant director of the Tyrrell Museum.
Now he's, I think, director of the Philip J. Curry Dinosaur Museum in Alberta. Phil's a good guy. Met him on a number of occasions. He's always been kind to me. I like Phil Currie a lot.
It was more than 100 years ago that the first dinosaur skeleton was discovered in this region. And very quickly, Alberta became well known as a place to go to collect good articulated dinosaur skeletons.
And
Interesting dinosaur, Dave. Huh.
By the turn of the century, tons of specimens had been crated and shipped to museums. Since 1980, Currie and his team have excavated a single bone bed containing hundreds of dinosaurs, all of the same species.
Yep.
The team is trying to reconstruct what happened.
The best interpretation we have right now is that a herd of Centrosaurus was traveling through this particular region 75 million years ago or so, and that these animals tried to cross a river in flood.
Yep, like Claire was saying.
Crossing a river in flood is normally not a problem for any animal as long as they're going as individuals. But as soon as they start moving in herds, and very large herds at that, then they start running into problems.
Yep, like wildebeest.
A herd of wildebeest in Africa is a chilling analogy. Crossing a river by the thousands, they often get tangled in confusion and panic.
Yep.
Many drown. The geology of the Alberta Badlands reveals this region was once the site of an ancient river. It is here that a herd of centrosaurs attempted a crossing.
Lovely art here. Very evocative.
Like the wildebeest, some probably panicked, got in each other's way, and drowned. Their bodies washed downstream and collected on the riverbank.
Yep.
Now we have evidence for what happened next because a lot of the bones in the Centrosaurus bone bed are fractured like this. They have these nice spiral fractures on them. And normally you don't get this unless the bone is fresh, and this indicates that these animals were probably trampled. In addition to that, we found large numbers of theropod teeth, and in fact, it's the second most common type of animal in the bone bed. There was a
Big
tremendous
meat-eating
variety.
dinosaur tooth.
Carnivorous dinosaurs, like
Tyrannosaur
modern
tooth.
carnivorous mammals, probably were active carnivores most of the time. But when there was a readily available source of carcasses, they almost certainly turned into scavengers as well. And that's not unusual now as then. The best evidence, though, comes from the bone fragments themselves. And if you look at this one, for example, you can see where a tooth has gone across and sawn the edge of the bone. And in fact, here we can even see little serrations, which are on the back of the tooth and the front of the tooth, which have sheared the flesh off the bone.
Yep.
And when we find tooth marks like these all over these bone fragments, and there's no question at all that these things have been eaten by these large carnivorous dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Today, the scavengers are birds, and a new bone bed may be in the...
Well, they're also dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. But yeah. Anyway, this sort of thing is, we understand this pretty well. Let's get back to our main
What
video
catastrophic event took down the entire herd, including its strongest members?
Not the entire herd, but it would have been a river crossing.
Dinosaurs buried in one spot gives them a clue about the herd's behavior.
We're probably looking at hundreds or thousands of animals in this herd.
Very funny, Murph.
They could not have stayed in one place for very long. These animals had to have been moving.
Yep.
73 million years ago, these dinosaurs would spend their summers in the Arctic. But as the long nights of winter approached, they'd migrate south to the fertile forests of northern Alberta.
An animal
probably
with
laid their
such
eggs up
short,
north.
stocky legs probably wasn't a particularly fast animal, but it got protection out of being in these herds.
Despite their strength in numbers, the pachyrhinosaurs were still vulnerable to the ultimate predator.
So if you're a pachyrhinosaur, you're out there grazing, you're always mindful of a pack of tyrannosaurs.
The second most common thing in this bone bed after Pachyrhinosaurus are tyrannosaur teeth.
I love this. Decades later, at a different bone bed, and you get the same pattern as we had with the Centrosaurus bone bed in the clip that I showed you. The second most common animal represented is from those teeth from Tyrannosaurs, who were feeding upon these dead ceratopsians that probably failed to cross this river. You know, it may have been thousands of them that crossed successfully, but you had maybe hundreds of them that died during the crossing.
They ripped apart the carcasses of the Pachyrhinosaurus.
So that is a tyrannosaur tooth. And those teeth were probably shed as a Tyrannosaurus came down to those heaps of carcasses and were munching on them.
Did he say Tyrannosaurus? Because this is not Tyrannosaurus. This is either Albertosaurus or Gorgosaurus. I think it's probably Albertosaurus at this time. Is this the Dinosaur Park formation? It would be Albertosaurus.
These Tyrannosaurs had left their calling card, and they were ripping up those carcasses pretty good. But
and I should emphasize here the difference between Tyrannosaur and Tyrannosaurus. So Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex is the one species that's universally recognized by paleontologists. T-Rex right here is the last and biggest of the tyrannosaurs. It was also one of the first of them to be discovered, and so it kind of lent its name to the whole family. The whole family is named after Tyrannosaurus. This is Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus is the genus, Rex is the species. This whole family is called Tyrannosauridae, the Tyrannosaur family. And there's lots and lots of other Tyrannosaurs within this family. Ancestors of Tyrannosaurus and other Tyrannosaurs from earlier, Lithrinax and Zucheng Tyrannus, Bistahyversor and Tyrannophonius. There's other Tyrannosaurs that are part of this family. Tarbosaurus, Daspletosaurus, Albertosaurus, Gorgosaurus. It's probably Albertosaurus that is the particular Tyrannosaur in this video right here. But, yeah. Anyway, Tyrannosauridae is a big old family of Tyrannosaurs, and you've got multiple members. Tyrannosaurus is just the last and biggest of these. Tyrannosaurus rex there at the top there. Does that make sense? Botleek says, good to know. There you go, Botleek. Good. Yeah. What was the first Tyrannosaur that we knew of? Asked Murph. It would have been Dryptosaurus, aka Laelaps, but that wasn't recognized as a Tyrannosaur until fairly recently. Oh, yeah.
But, it seems highly unlikely that the Tyrannosaurus could have killed that many Pachyrhinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
How the Pachyrhinosaurs actually died is still a mystery.
Probably river crossing.
Any bones they uncover will eventually be displayed in a brand new museum named for their famous mentor, Dr. Phil Currie.
Yeah.
Success, in part because I just enjoy doing what I do. And for people to recognize that, of course, is a very humbling experience.
While Currie's Pachyrhino team struggles to solve the mystery of the Pipestone Creek bone bed, Phil Bell skims downriver searching for a new site and new fossils to fill his boss's museum.
Mary L says that looks like an expensive dig. Oh, yeah. Well, in this case, this is not a dig in a dinosaur sense, in a paleontological sense. They're literally building the foundation for this museum right there. This is a construction site. They're not digging dinosaurs here. They're doing construction on a museum. But here, this is a larger dig right here.
While Currie's Pachyrhino team struggles to solve the mystery of the Pipestone Creek bone bed, Phil Bell skims downriver searching for a new site and new fossils to fill his boss's museum.
We're on the Smoky River. We're heading downstream, uncharted territory, basically. No
Interesting Canadian accent there. I ruined my own joke.
Discovered along this riverbank show that this entire region was underwater 80 million years ago.
Yep.
And today, Bell is on the hunt for a deadly Cretaceous-era marine reptile, the mosasaur.
These marine reptiles are 15-meter long marine predators.
15-meter long marine
necks,
predators?
With sharp teeth. They were essentially the T-Rex of the sea.
Like sharks today, these creatures were perfect pre-hit.
I'm not making fun of his voice. It's just I'm trying to have fun here. Mosasaurs, really, really cool critters. These are giant marine lizards, not a dinosaur. This is a lizard that lived in the ocean at the same time that the dinosaurs ruled the land. Mosasaurs are related to today's Komodo dragons and other varanid lizards like that. The general consensus, such that it exists, seems to be that these guys are related to varanids and maybe also agamids, but mostly varanid lizards, monitor lizards like your Komodo dragon or your Perinti from Australia, your goanna from Australia. Yeah.
Historic killing machines.
Inside the jaw, we have not only these
goanna
teeth,
goanna,
but along the palate, they have a separate row of teeth here. That ensures.
And replicas of one of these. Yeah, let's take a look at that, Dinosaur Dave. Let's take a look at that right there. A mosasaur. Let's see. Let's scoot through until we see a mosasaur. All of these North American fossil critters here. Let's see, elasmosaurs. This is cool stuff there. Dinosaur Dave, this is very cool stuff. Ichthyosaurs from Europe. Penny the plesiosaur. Let's get to our mosasaurs, shall we? This is a whole exhibit on marine reptiles, isn't it? This is neat stuff. Yeah, they would have looked something like this. There's a model of one, but doesn't quite do them justice. They got big, like longer than a bus. Incredible animals. Very, very cool critters. Yeah, you probably remember the mosasaur from Jurassic World, if any of you saw that. Yeah. You remember this, right, chat? Yeah, here we go. Pay attention, kid. It's a mosasaur. Holy cow. One of the greatest marine predators to have ever lived. Show some respect. They weren't really that big, though. Yeah, and also very irresponsible to have a white shark there, Carcharodon carcarius. Is your bait? How did they get the shady stuff going on at Jurassic World? I do not approve. Anyway, that's a mosasaur. Spared no expense, says Claire Burr. But yeah, anyway. Mosasaurs. Cool critters.
Historic killing machines.
Inside the jaw, we have not only these outer teeth, but along the palate.
Palatine teeth, yes. Look at those.
That ensured that anything that it put in its mouth stayed there.
Yeah, they had teeth on the roof of their mouth. I want to emphasize that real quick because we just kind of cruised by it.
But along the palate, they have a separate row of teeth.
They've got teeth on the roof of their mouth right there. Imagine if you had teeth in the roof of your mouth. Oh, man, these guys are cool. Very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Here, that ensured that anything that it put in its mouth stayed there.
Yeah.
The skeleton in Bell's lab is a replica, but for the Curry Museum, Bell wants the real deal.
No one has found a full skeleton yet, so ideally what we'd love to find is a complete skull and skeleton to really give an idea of what these animals were.
We got a bunch of those here in California. Mosasaurs. Believe it or not, one of the world's best places to find mosasaurs is right here in California. Not necessarily here in the San Francisco Bay Area, but in other parts of California. Here, let me show you. Here we go. By the way, we've got mosasaurs right up there in our office today. Lucky coincidence there. Well, I've learned a very different ancestor, Mark Melvin. Yeah. Mosasaurs are lizards. Liopleurodon and the other pliosaurs have different reptile ancestors. They are, excuse me. They're, I think it's still a little uncertain what they evolved from, but not from lizards. Like the mosasaurs did. I'm looking for a particular figure here that shows all the different mosasaurs that have been dug up in California over the years. And it is pretty cool. There it is right there. Yes, indeed. There we go. We got our desk camera there. Yes. These are mosasaurs that have been found in California. Get this cat hair off of here, sorry. Number by county. This is the great state of California. There have been 3 mosasaurs found way down there near San Diego. There have been 2 up there in like Shasta County, I think, or something like that. That might be El Dorado County up by like North Lake Tahoe and surrounding environs. 2 there. 89 right there in Fresno County. 89 mosasaurs. Extraordinary. There may have been more mosasaur fossils found in California than any other U.S. state. I'm not totally sure. We could still be beaten by Kansas or Nebraska or Montana, but California might still take the cake for that, you know? Cool stuff. There's a lot of mosasaurs from right here in California. From near Fresno, if you can believe that. In the Pinoche Hills near Fresno. And there will be more out there right now that are just weathering away. Nobody's collecting them. Yeah. I'd love to be out there digging up some mosasaurs. Clever, this is the book Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California by Richard P. Hilton. Yeah. You got that? Good stuff. It used to be you could pick up this book for like $5 at Half Price Books here in California. It's released by the University of California Press. I think those days are gone. Nowadays it's a bit more rare, but you can still get it for cheap online. Yeah. Good book. Big part of my childhood. Mosasaur. Yeah. Anyway, where were we in the video? Shoot. I skipped us ahead further than we should have been by mistake. Using the soundboard. We're right here. Or thereabouts. Yeah.
Perfect prehistoric killing machines.
Inside the jaw, we have not only these outer teeth, but along the palate, they have a separate row of teeth here. That ensured that anything that it put in its mouth stayed there.
Yeah, good stuff.
The skeleton in Bell's lab is a replica.
Hey, Red Sledge, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Bell wants the real deal.
No one has found a full skeleton yet, so ideally what we'd love to find is a complete skull and skeleton to really give an idea of what these animals were.
Nice. Felines are good, Ji Shumway. They've made several appearances on today's stream.
Bell wastes no time following his instincts, straight uphill.
So I just lick it to clean it off. Paleontologists eat a lot of rock in the field.
It's true, we do.
This area is quite dangerous. We've got overhanging rock and it's continually sloughing off the slope here.
Phil says he's got something.
Big mollusks, big bivalves. Would have had a good-sized oyster come out of that one. And then right in front of us here, we've got these tubes, which are
burrows
from invertebrates that were scuttling around on the seafloor at times. So where you find the prey, you should be able to find the predator.
Hopefully. That's the idea, anyway.
This is really great. Even these smallest pieces are informative for us. They tell us
tubes,
the right
airspace,
the right
yes.
age.
We'll find those
Where you find
tubes.
one, you can probably find others.
Bell didn't find the mosasaur skeleton he was looking for, but the
Cool,
day is still
yeah,
a
go for it.
success. He'll be back.
Grand Prairie, Alberta. And then Milk River, Alberta, yeah.
In a sweltering dig site near Milk River, Alberta, the Horned Dino team is still trying to put a face on their mystery dinosaur. It could be a major discovery for Evans and his paleo partner, Michael Ryan.
Probably within the last 50 years to have a completely associated skeleton of a brand new type of dinosaur, horned dinosaur otherwise. I can't think of another occurrence right now.
Team leader David Evans is hoping he'll uncover a brand new species here. Evans isn't the first paleo to prospect these hills for ceratopsians. Almost a century ago, one of paleontology's early superstars made a name for himself during the great dinosaur rush at the dawn
Is this going to be Barnum Brown or is this going to be Sternberg?
Of the 20th century. His name was Charlie Sternberg.
Charles Sternberg,
In 1947, he discovered 6 horned dinosaurs here. 75 years later, David Evans wants to add another new specimen to the ROM's collection.
Yeah, salamander.
And cement
Oof,
his own
gross.
name in the history
Yeah.
books.
It's going to be, one of the most exciting new dinosaur discoveries to come out of Alberta in many years.
And after 3 days under a roasting sun, the Horned Dino team has finally unearthed the first bone.
We think perhaps it might actually be just a section of a lower limb. So it's cool because we don't have much of the skeleton yet.
It turns out that our big gamble to remove almost half a hillside was a good one. It's just a huge relief.
It's not the frill or skull they were hoping for, but the bones still size up the mystery dinosaur. It's at least 2 meters tall, much bigger than its dog-sized Asian ancestor.
Yep.
They know that their dinosaur lived 80 million years ago in the late Cretaceous period, roaming these badlands when they were a sprawling green space, grazing the edge of an inland sea. They know their dinosaur is a ceratopsian, a horned dinosaur with a frill, like its cousin, Triceratops. What they don't know is what its face looked like.
I like
But
the
they
use of
suspect
models
and hope
in this.
it looks like nothing anyone has ever seen before.
What really keeps us awake is knowing that there's something in the ground within inches of our discovery. We're either going to be validated for our 2 years worth of work, or we're going to come up flat.
As the days tick away, the 2 dino hunting crews keep digging. The Horned Dino team is still on the hunt for the face of its new species.
Wait.
While the Pachyrhinosaur team will face off against the elements as they search for the answers to a prehistoric cold case.
The weather can be very harsh in Alberta.
In Pipestone Creek, the Pachyrhinosaur team is chiseling into the quarry walls, searching for evidence of the cause of a mass killing.
Sometimes you get lucky and you can find the evidence that you want.
In Milk River, Alberta, the sun blazes down on the Horned Dino team as veterans and rookies dig side by side, both hoping to unearth a brand new species of dinosaur.
This is my first time out into the field on a paleontological dig. David was my professor in a course, and I was lucky enough to be able to tag along on this trip.
And
Good for
anybody
her.
with a shovel or a
Yeah.
chisel has the same chance at hitting pay dirt.
There's an old joke in paleontology that you're not a real paleontologist until you break something important.
You're good,
Yeah. It's true. That should be an alert right there. In fact, let me take a note real quick because that'd be lovely right there, yeah.
There's an old joke in paleontology that you're not a real paleontologist until you break something important.
You're good, you're good. That's great. It's not broken at all, so it looks like part of a rib, potentially. Okay, go for it.
The bones are fragile. They may have survived 80 million years underground.
Be very gentle.
But they can still shatter with the twist of a blade.
Yep.
Perfect. Nice.
G. Shumway said same counts for us IT people. Yeah, I believe that. Because things always break, inevitably, and like until you've actually encountered that or made that happen, it's like you've not really been in things long enough. If like you've never even experienced that. Makes sense.
There it is.
Perfectly done. Way to go.
Thank you.
Not bad for your first one, eh?
Yeah.
Looks like we have an almost full rib here.
That might be make you an oceanographer, Mayor Space, but not a paleontologist.
More and more of this mystery dinosaur is rising out of the ground, but its head is still buried in the sand.
In the mud, rather.
Nicholas Campione may have found a clue in a color.
Oh, I think I know him.
The rock is gray, bone is kind of brown. Because of its shape, kind of flat, has the weird bumps, kind of knobs to it. It may actually be part of the skull.
This appears to have a slight semicircular curve to it. This is one of the elements that forms the eye socket. It doesn't tell us
part of the
definitively
orbit there.
which type of horned dinosaur it is, but it does tell us it's a horned dinosaur.
They
Very
know the
nice.
skull belongs to a ceratopsian, but is it from the particular horned dinosaur they're looking for? The shape of its frill may provide a positive ID.
Yeah.
The frills are an extension of the top of the skull, so they extend back away from the body. Some members of the ceratopsians have the largest known skulls for any land-living animal that's ever lived on the Earth.
The bones of our dinosaur have been disarticulated, jumbled up, broken up, and deposited.
Like prehistoric forensic artists, if they can collect enough skull fragments, they'll be able to piece together a picture of that face.
Yep.
What our
As long as they're
challenge
from the
is
same critter.
to put those pieces back together and reconstruct the skull of our new dinosaur.
What do you guess? Oh, nice. Okay. Cool, Dinosaur Dave. Cool. Is it phylogenetically?
While Phil
Can you
Curry
guess
tries
using
to crack the
phylogenetics?
Grand Prairie cold case, Phil Bell heads back to a dig site he excavated a year ago.
We were here August last year. Now we're returning to collect the last of the bones that are still in the cliff.
Nice, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks. Thanks.
The site is
I'll check
just
that
off a
out.
busy nature trail, but not everybody who walks it is a nature lover.
Yeah, there's a spent shotgun shell.
Oh boy.
People camp and drink and fire off their guns.
It's like in Montana.
It's a bit of a lawless area, really.
Yeah. Graffiti.
People have no respect.
Who puts graffiti on natural rock formations like that? I understand putting it on the side of a building or, you know, the side of a, you know, concrete berm along a highway or something like that. But along a natural rock formation, like, you got to be a real chucklehead to do that kind of thing. You know?
None of this is safe anymore.
You got to be worried about people like that also vandalizing your site if you're digging up fossils in a given area.
So this is a site that we found last year. We only found it because this boulder had actually collapsed off the cliff, and that had exposed part of a skeleton of a hadrosaur, a duck-billed dinosaur.
Hadrosaurs were large duck-billed herbivores that roamed in huge herds. Some adults were 9 meters long, and the largest weighed in
longer.
over 5.5 tons.
Yeah. Some of them were even longer than 9 meters. Holy cow. There are ones that are like close to 60 feet long. Like, that's like maybe 18 meters or something like that. Like, huge, 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 huge. Enormous animals.
But when Bell came to reopen the site, somebody had beaten him to it.
Was it casually average?
Paleo
Thank you for the 12 months of support there, casually average. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 12 months through your generous support. I appreciate that, Casually Average. Thank you for supporting this mission of science outreach and education. That's good stuff. Yeah. Mayor Space says I'm nowhere near that big. Yeah, you're not. Shoot, Mayor Space, you're not 15 meters long or whatever I said. Holy cow. It's a big animal.
But when Bell came to reopen the site, somebody had beaten him to it.
Uh-oh.
When we came up this slope, we'd seen that the plaster and burlap jacket that we put over the bones to protect them had been torn off and was thrown.
Oh, it had been vandalized? That's awful. Oh, shoot.
Into the back of the quarry here. All the bones that were exposed, anything that they could get their fingers on, had been literally torn up and shattered and thrown down the hill behind us. It was the worst day of my life.
Human beings can be just dreadful, irredeemable creatures sometimes, you know?
I was close to tears. The amount of work that we'd put in here, and then to see such blatant disregard for the natural world, I just don't understand it.
Just awful nihilism. Just like, oh, there's a thing that's cool. Let's destroy it. It's like Taliban levels of just destructive tendencies. Like, oh, these big, beautiful Buddha statues. Let's fire howitzers at them. Let's destroy them. Just disgusting. You know? I wish their inner 6-year-old self could scold them. There you go, Lenina. Yes. That's a wonderful way to put it, Lenina, because like those people, when they were 6 years old, they'd be like, oh, that's super cool. There's fossil bones here. That's really awesome. Let's just respect this and enjoy it. But I don't know. Certain people, they reach a certain age, and this is something that's very common in our like consumerist capitalist society. Let's admit it, where like people's souls are just destroyed by this system. And they just decide like, oh, well, I'm bored. Let's wreck things. Let's break everything. Let's burn down the world. You know? Yeah. 19 to 25 is the worst space. Some people come back around, some don't. And it's a good point, Salamander. Yeah. Yeah. And cool, Dinosaur Dave. Oh, this looks a lot like Metazoa. I'm excited about this, Dinosaur Dave. I'm excited about this. Good stuff. That's how Fractal I did the data. Awesome, Dinosaur Dave. I'm excited to try this out. I'll try it out on my netbook, and then we'll go from there. Yeah. Let's continue.
Bell and his team will try to salvage the rest of the hadrosaur.
Yeah.
Now we need to dig this back out and retrieve the bones that are still inside.
And Dan the BC Man says, I could see black market. I don't think this is a black market thing. I think this is just hikers or people who, would do things like leave graffiti in these areas.
Fire off their guns. It's a bit of a lawless area, really.
I see this a lot out in Utah as well, where it's like people who have got gigantic pickup trucks with off-road tires. They just go out for the weekends and they just wreck things wherever they can. They push over hoodoos, they'll shoot animals, they'll just destroy whatever they can find because, I don't know, I guess that makes them feel like, makes me feel like a big man, Just wreck stuff. Make the world a worse place. There are certainly dinosaur fossils and other important vertebrate fossil remains that are stolen by fossil smugglers and people who sell them on the black market. But for the most part, it's just people who like to destroy things. You know? It's... It's like this, honestly, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Echoes of the hitchhiking robot. Yeah, they got destroyed. Yeah, Lenina. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah. Destroyed in Philadelphia.
Finally tonight in the city where the American experiment began, a Canadian experiment has come to an end.
Oh, no! We Americans destroy everything we touch.
Hello, I am Hitchbot, a hitchhiking robot from Port Credit, Ontario.
The idea was to see how people would interact with a talking, solar-powered robot as it hitched across America on its own, tracked by a GPS. The brainchild of Canadian researchers, it had successfully thumbed rides across Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands. Then, on July 17th, Hitchbot set out from Boston, bound for San Francisco, with a bucket list of sights to see.
I need your help crossing all of the items off my list.
As chronicled on social media, it caught a Red Sox game and visited Times Square through the kindness of strangers who became friends. But late last week, Hitchbot hitched its last ride.
Hitchbot, do you need a seatbelt?
Yes.
On Saturday, the robot was found in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, resting in pieces. Late today, video surfaced of the attack, but the robot's creators are not out for revenge.
I'm sure it could have happened anywhere. We don't really think it has anything to do with Philadelphia.
I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Hitchbot said, "My love for humans will never fade." A thumbs up for people from the hitchhiking robot.
Yeah. Charlie's Dragon sees. See, this is why Will Smith's mother sent him to live with his aunt and uncle. Philly isn't safe. Yeah. He got in one little fight, maybe with these same people, and his mom got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and your uncle to Bel Air." Anyway, but in this case, it was presumably Canadians who did, who destroyed this stuff. So you know, there are bad people all over the place.
Here, so we're going to have to take out some of this
Here.
and thrown down, torn off, and was thrown into the back of the quarry here. All the bones that were exposed, anything that they could get their fingers on, had been literally torn up and shattered and thrown down the hill behind us. It was the worst day of my life. I was close to tears. The amount of work that we'd put in here, and then to see such blatant disregard for the natural world, I just don't understand it.
This is why, you know, when I work in Utah, you know, we make sure that we like fill in. We put a bunch of dirt over our sites. We make it as unrecognizable as possible. And sometimes I've been on crews where we've made fake jackets in certain areas just to give destructive people something something to destroy that won't hurt anything. because people who go out with their Jeeps and they drive all over hither and yon and they run everything over, they're just looking for something to destroy. So sometimes we make something fake for them to destroy, just to throw them off the scent of the actual fossils, you know? Yeah. Alina says, yeah, y'all really had to dig to expose that site last year. I was impressed. Yeah, Alina, that's why we have to do that, especially in Utah. It was not as bad in Montana. It's in Utah in particular that it seems like people are just itching to destroy things, you know? We didn't have these same problems in Montana. In Utah, you get a lot more of that. So, yeah.
Bell and his team will try to salvage the rest of the hadrosaur.
Now we need to dig this back out and retrieve the bones that are still inside.
Yeah.
Just uncovered
There you go,
the
Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
This is part of the pelvis of this animal. It's actually heading back into the cliff here.
Oh,
so
it's
we're gonna
bad
have
in
to take
Utah,
out some of
Hennies,
this,
yeah. Yeah.
To try and get it out safely. Obviously, you
wouldn't
don't
believe.
want to burrow too far under this, because then we're in trouble.
They coat the bones in plaster to protect them on their journey back to the lab.
Can you manage?
I think so. I'm just trying to
Do you want me to put it in your arms, or you got it?
No,
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a good grip.
We've got part of that bone already in the lab that we had to take out with the rest of the skeleton. So we're going to piece it all back together now. This is part of that same animal that was vandalized. That's become a big story around here, so I think people are going to be quite eager to see it.
Yeah. And again, I like to think that with more public understanding of fossil science, maybe word would even get out to the Jeep drivers and the, you know, the no-goodniks who are out there. Would understand that, like, you shouldn't destroy this kind of thing. We, as paleontologists, are trying to unlock the mysteries of the ancient world, and that relies upon people to be decent and thoughtful and not destroy these things. When we paleontologists can't physically be there at the site, you know? That's part of what I'm trying to do here on Twitch, you know? Yeah. Yeah. There's always the dirt bikers and quads around my neck of the woods, yeah. Or the Jeep drivers out near Moab, Clairburr, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But that is, we're now 25 minutes into this 3-hour documentary. And it's about time that I wrap things up here. So let's go ahead and start wrapping things up. Let's put a Deinonychus under our credits here. And don't go away, chat. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science. Tomorrow, I will be back with Balint of Science Streams at the end of tomorrow's stream. We're going to have a fun stream tomorrow. It's going to be really good. But until then, everybody, let's go take a look at... Let's see. Astro Canuck is doing some stuff. And so is Creatrix Brit. You know what? We should go and see what Brit is up to here. It's been a while. Oh, she's talking about the Bilby project? Let's go raid Brit. So Brit does a lot of 3D printing and cosplay stuff. She's very into Star Wars. If anybody here is interested in Star Wars, she very much is too. and we are going to be collaborating on a project to help raise awareness of this wonderful Australian critter called the bilby, the Easter bilby. So we'll go say hello to her in a minute. Thank you to everybody whose names just cruised by here in our credits. Those raiders, those followers, those gifters, there's cheerers, and those moderators. Thank you everyone for helping make this a wonderful stream. I hope you had a fun time today, and I hope to see you tomorrow for another exciting paleontologizing stream. We will be playing some Dinosaur Fossil Hunter sometime soon. I gotta figure out when I can do that. But for right now, we're gonna go check out Creatrix Brett. Oh, look at her. She doesn't even know we're gonna raid in with 181 people. Could be more. More of you join the raid. Let's go see Brit's reaction. Appreciate you, everybody. Let's go raid in. I'll see you later. Take care. Bye-bye.